Another one back out on the East Coast as suspension starts to build up and up as Florence goes for number 12 off an 11-game winning streak. It's a new series for Florence coming off three straight sweeps, their final one against an Atlantic Conference team. Florence will take on the Brockton Rocks here in Brockton, Massachusetts, Campanelli Stadium for game one of a three-game set. Staying on the East Coast after a three-game midweek series against Sussex County, where three relatively close games, but Florence came out on top in each of the three. A 1-0 win on Tuesday, 5-3 in extras on Wednesday, and then a 4-1, little bit more convincing than the other two, win on last night's game to clinch the sweep and get that win streak up to 11. So it's at 12 now. On the other side of the coin, Brockton is not playing some of their best baseball in recent times. They are 2-8 in their last 10. They have won, I think it's 4 games in their last 15. A team kind of right in the middle at 500, fighting for the last wild card spot out in the Atlantic Conference, has now slid, and for the time being, looks like it's decently out of reach to get that wild card spot if you are Brockton. So they're still playing to stay into it, but Florence, obviously, there is a lot on the line for the Y'alls on this 50 West pregame show. 50 West, the premier brewery in the Cincinnati area. At 50 West, every beer is a journey. Join us for the ride. Located at 7605 Worcester Pike in Cincinnati. Brockton's defense is getting announced right now, heading out of the field for a blue-on-blue matchup. Yes, if you know me, yes, if you've been following along the season, I am colorblind, but these are two different enough blues that I'll be able to tell the difference today. So Florence, for the third time this series, wearing their blue jerseys. Third time this road trip, I should say, wearing their blue jerseys on the road. Well, it's a familiar face on the mound for Florence. Eli Magic gets the ball, a lefty who spent some time with the Y'alls against Florence. So what are the odds? You know, you don't play many teams out in the opposite conference, and even when you do, there's only a 3/5 chance that you're the starting pitcher based on rotation. But he will be getting the ball to take on Florence today, opposing Chase Hopewell. We'll have more on Hopewell on the other end of this break. National anthem about to be sung. First pitch coming up on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so brightly we
National anthem has been sung, and we are ready for baseball here from Campanelli Stadium. We conclude the 50 West Brewing pre-game show. Out comes to the mound. The first pitcher that Florence will see for Brockton, the former Florence Y'all, Eli Majic, another southpaw, the first of the road trip that Florence will face. Majic in ERA this season a little bit better than last year. He's got a 6.65 and 14 games, 14 starts for Majic this season, all starts in his appearances. So last year was used mostly as a starter, but had some relief appearances for the Yalls. And, Brockton really going to use him as more of a starter this season. This is a Brockton team that has really struggled to pitch it. This is the 18th out of 18 team in terms of team ERA. They have an ERA as a team that's a little bit below 7, but it has been better as of late. You see the scores of their games just going down and down a tick more and more. Take a look at this Florence lineup with Jackson Tucker no longer with the team for this season. You don't have a lot of options, especially with Tyler Schoenfeld still nursing that shoulder injury. It will be Milo Rushford leading off and playing left field. Brett Blomquist again at second. Hank Zeisler, the captain, batting third, playing first. Zade Richardson in the cleanup spot, the designated hitter. Brandon Bobo batting fifth and right. Garrett Broussard bats sixth and plays third base. Marcus Brodell gets his first start of the season in center field. He'll bat seventh. Dylan Baker, a 2 RBI game yesterday. He bats eighth. And Kyle Harbison will likely get the 2-start series, as he is batting ninth and catching today. In steps Milo Rushford to face Majic, a new Y'all versus a former Y'all. First pitch right at 7:03, just a few minutes behind schedule. From Campanelli Stadium. I was told that might be the case. Slider a bit off the plate, so a ball and a strike here on Rushford. Rushford a 1-for-6 series this past week with that solo shot that was the first home run and one of only 2 home runs all week in Sussex County. Ball and a strike. Another fastball. Backdoor lands on the outside corner from Majic. Florence back in those baby blue uniforms with their gray pants. The 1-2. Fastball upstairs and again a bit off the plate at 84. One looked pretty good on TrackMan from Miguel Cruz behind the plate. So 2-2 count to start Milo Rushford. Takes and fires. Fastball upstairs. On the count full. Warm day. Definitely a warm day. It was 90 degrees a little bit earlier. It has cooled down as we've got here, but I think we're looking at about 86 at first pitch. Payoff pitch is called strike 3 at the top of the zone. Milo Rushford down on strikes. First strike out of the game here for Majic. Brett Blomquist will hit. Batting second, playing second today. Been a mainstay in that part of the lineup. Batting average down to 328 after a couple of cold games in Sussex County. Went just 1 for 12 in the series. First pitch in there for a strike from Majic. Again, top of the zone. And again, today, dashboard going to be a little behind. I hope the stream's running well, too. The Wi-Fi just isn't great up here in the press box, Campanelli Stadium. The internet, Ethernet, the same thing. A lot of horizontal break on that off speed from Majic. This one lands inside at 83. Ball and a strike on Blomquist. Well, Brockton has 3 of their better arms going in this series. Backdoor slider is called a strike at 77. Blomquist left alone. Florence still experimenting with what to do with that 5th and final starting spot. Yannick Villalobos pitch Tuesday. It's just going to be a one-start week for him, so there's going to be a TBA spot on Sunday, and Chase Hopewell getting the start, his second start of the season, as the 1-2 is fouled back. So his first start, we'll get to it a little bit when he's on the mound, but had to battle with a lot of rain and a little bit of a rain delay, so it's always going to be tough for him. So trying to find a new role and trying to find really what the best role is for Chase Hopewell. Blomquist took his time out. Still awaiting the 1-2 count with one out and nobody on. Backdoor slider again. Blomquist just barely got a piece. So he stays alive in the count, 1-2. Decent crowd at Campanelli Stadium today. Definitely not one of their more crowded games. Lefty delivery. Blomquist fouls it off of his ankle again. My first impression when I got to the stadium is we are going to see a lot more home runs than we did at Skyland Stadium in Sussex County. Now, I was told before the game by some people that work for the other team that the ball does not fly nearly as much as you think. It's 320 down the lines, but it's incredibly short fences in the right and left field, especially left. 1-2 is roped early. Blomquist foul down the third base line. So pitch number 8 of this just 1-2 count coming up here from Magic to Blomquist. One, two. Breaking ball in. Really good eye for Blomquist. Still tied for second on this team with homers and 12. 1 RBI away from the 50 mark. 2-2. Inside on that same spot, and Blomquist has now run the count full. Payoff pitch. Way inside. Blomquist worked a really nice 10-pitch walk and will take first base as the first base runner of the game here for Florence. Walked once in the Sussex County Series. And up comes a battle of former teammates. Zeisler against Magic with a runner on. 1 on, 1 out, top of the first. First pitch, bit off the plate. Zeisler still coming off of that Player of the Week honor last week, where he went 15 for 24 with 8 home runs. Breaking ball at the knees, cold strike here to Zeisler. 8 home runs and 19 RBIs. Just the ridiculous numbers for him. Now the league leader in RBIs. Got some insurance with that. That sac fly he had yesterday was the 4th run of the game. It just felt like it was put a little bit more out of reach. Gave Florence a 4-0 lead. This one's roped into first base side, and that is down for a base hit. Blomquist around second, as it's just now picked up and right by Slate. Zeisler stops at first. Hard hit single. And Florence is in business with runners on the corners, and just 1 out here in the first. Zade Richardson. It's been consistent for Florence with runners in scoring positions. Got a chance. Throw over to first. Nothing doing. 44 RBIs on the season, still the 8 homers, and he talked about how he was, maybe going to change his stance a little bit to get a little bit more power. And we have seen a homer since then. Check swing, foul ball towards the Florence dugout. But the thing that I really like about it, and I think it's just extremely impressive to anyone that's close to the game of baseball, is that it hasn't really affected his batting average. Eric Hinkle Y'all comments, there's no HTN Y'all's feed. I just looked on my phone, just logged into my account, and it did show up for me under the away feed. Hopefully it's fixed since then. Grounder down the third base side, through for a base hit. Florence on top here in the first. Another Zade Richardson RBI, his third RBI single of this road trip. 1-0 Florence to the first. Another teammate-on-teammate battle between Richardson and Magic. So Magic got quick work of Rushford. Struck out as the first batter. Since then, Florence goes walk, single, single. But yes, please let me know if you guys are, if anybody else is experiencing trouble getting onto the Florence HTN feed. 2 on, just 1 out. First, Florence still trying to add on and get some maturity here. The first pitch, backdoor slider to Brendan Bobo in there for a strike. Bobo was cold going into Game 2 of that Sussex County series, and he broke out in a major way, lining a hard double into the left center gap, scoring 2 in the top of the 10th. That ended up giving Florence the win. Huge swing and a miss. Down 0-2. Magic steps off to look over at second at Zeisler. Garrett Broussard stands on deck. Just noting there are no actual on-deck circles here in Brockton. But there is a circle on where it should be. Lefty on lefty battle. Just left off the plate. Bobo has struggled against lefties this season. Bender couldn't control it behind the plate. Called. Strike 3 on the outside corner. That one actually looked like it was a little bit high. If it was anything, I was going to say it was outside. But on track, man, it's got it an inch or two above the plate. 87-mile-an-hour strikeout on the fastball here from Magic. Couple of strikeouts, one swinging, one looking are the only 2 outs. Florence still threatening with runners on first and second. Already up 1-0 here in the top of the first against Brockton. Garrett Broussard stands in. Trying to get off of a slump for himself. Runner takes off for third base. Pitch fastball outside. Throw goes to first on a back pick to Richardson. Zeisler in safely at third base. And that was dangerous because Wold was not covering over at first, and Bender almost threw that into right field and scored another run for Florence. How about a heads-up stolen base there for Zeisler, now on the corners in the top of the first with 2 outs. Fastball. Broussard watches it go outside. 2 balls and no strikes here on Magic. This ball is killed foul down the third base side a bit early on it. Mentioned the 6.65 ERA for Magic. It's come with, a lot of innings this year. 69 innings. In those 69 innings, he's struck out 54, just walked 31. Another ground ball foul from Broussard. So it's walking less than half a batter per inning, which those numbers have been improved upon since his Florence days. Glad to see Eric Hinkle, y'all, is back up and able to get the HTN feed on the road. Appreciate everyone watching there or listening here on the Florence Y'all's Radio Network YouTube audio stream. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 runners on. Florence up 1 here in the top of the first. Swing and a miss. So how about this? Bajik strikes out the side, but Florence still gets one. On a walk and a couple of singles, an RBI single for Zade Richardson. They have a lead going for their 12th straight on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. Chase Hopewell toes the rubber, making his second start in a Florence uniform this season. The first one came just a week ago in that 4-game series where Florence kind of needed an extra starter with a doubleheader on Sunday against Gateway. There are a lot of things that kind of prohibited Hopewell in that first start in a Florence uniform. First pitch fastball comes inside after leadoff man Austin White tries to lay a bunt down. Goes an inning and a third there, but again, there's a rain delay kind of in the middle of that. Now 88-mile-an-hour pitch. Anthony's inside here to White. Name of the game for Hopewell is he just throws a lot of fastballs, and he's got good velocity on him. He's gotten up to 94, 95 at points this season. Struggled with his command. Breaking pitch called a strike on the outside corner. And he has done a good job of when he has struggled with command, taking a few ticks off that fastball to try to get it back. But an inning and a third, 2 hits, 3 earned run on 3 walk baseball in that start against Gateway. Fastball, White tried to get the bunt down, and he went after it and missed it. So 2-2 count. There Hopewell is up to 90. Lawrence still won that game against Gateway, obviously. It's in the part of that 11-game win streak that Florence is on. So Austin White, one of the 3 All-Stars you saw in Florence here for Brockton, the leadoff hitting center fielder who is currently the leader in stolen bases for not just Brockton, but the whole Frontier League. He's got 70 on the year. This one's hit off the end of the bat, line drive right into left field. Milo Rushford runs up and makes the grab for out number 1. 70 sounded like a lot. That's a lie. It was 50 stolen bases, but still a ton. Schoenefeld's getting close. Here's Derek Bender, another one of those 3 Brockton All-Stars. 1 down on 1 faced for Hopewell. Florence got a 1-0 lead to the top of the first, thanks to an RBI single for the face of the Florence Y'alls, Zade Richardson. First pitch fastball at the plate, picked by Harbison. It's low for ball one. Lineup for Brockton goes Austin White leading off playing center field. Derek Bender at the plate right now, batting second at catching. Scott Seeker is the three-hole hitting designated hitter. 1-0 gets to the backstop, almost hits Bender in the head. He had to fall down to get away from that pitch. Evan Giordano is batting cleanup at third base. Evan Slight batting fifth in right. Tommy Kretzler batting sixth and left. Jack Thomas Wold, the first baseman. Eddie Javier at second. And Keegan Calero at short. Fastball hitting that left center gap. A long run for Brodell, but he can't get there. Drops in front of him. A one-out single for Derek Bender. And now Brockton trying to respond to the bottom of the first. They have a runner on. With Scott Seeker coming to the plate. 294 hitting designated hitter. Bender not a great runner over at first as the catcher for Brockton. Fastball popped in the air. Foul territory. Broussard going over towards the Brockton dugout. He's got it at foul ground. Huge second out of the first here for Hopewell. Gets the Brockton three-hitter to pop up at foul ground. Two down in the inning. Bottom of the first, it's always brought to you by Heritage Bank. At Heritage Bank, we believe your money should work as hard as you do. Visit heritagebank.com or stop by a branch near you today. Runner on first, two outs. Bender dancing around at first base. He takes off for second. Pitch is low, and he is into second base with a stolen base. Just as I was saying that he is not a great runner. Gets a swiped bag. You know, that one a little more on Hopewell. We talked about this in Hopewell's first start. Ever since moving into a starting role, he has seemed to, slow his tempo down a little bit and just hold for longer. He's been doing that here in this first inning, and Bender kind of noticed that and took off before Hopewell's even started his windup. Now runner in scoring position with two outs and a 1-0 count on Giordano. Breaking ball at the knees from Hopewell, a ball on a strike. So the season ERA, that's both starts and relief appearances for Chase Hopewell, is a bit over a run per inning, 9.36. Fastball hit in the air to the right side. Brendan Bobo tracking it, now coming up, but he's made the catch for out number 3. Scoreless first inning for Chase Hopewell, and Florence takes a 1-0 lead into the second on the Brockton Rocks on the Frontier League Network, powered by HDN. Eli Majic for the second inning here in Brockton. Florence on top 1-0. They go for their 12th straight win. It has been an unbelievable run here for Florence. They've played 19 games since the All-Star break that happened back in Florence. They have won 17 of those 19. A 17-2 record. Just ridiculous. So they'll start with a lead here as Marcus Brodell starts things off the bottom of the third for Majic, and first pitch in there for a strike. Start off this top of the second. Now, Florence fans know from seeing Majic, he's not somebody who's got an incredibly high-velocity fastball. 86, 87 is what I've seen so far. There's a lot of movement on it, though. A lot of horizontal break. Called outside corner. Now an 0-2 count on Brodell, who has played center field this season for Florence, but getting his first start in center with Jackson Tucker playing his last game of the season most likely. 0-2 throwaway pitch way off. But he likely played his last game with Florence last night. Shaney Felt still dealing with that injury. This is really Brodell's spot in center. Swing and a miss, chased after it outside. 4 outs in this start so far for Majic. All 4 of them punch outs. Rushford, Bobo, Broussard, and Brodell. He's now struck out 3 straight batters. It was 3 straight that did it for Florence. A walk, a single after that brought in a run on Zade Richardson. Now Dylan Baker is coming off one of his best games of the season. 2 RBI day, a solo shot, and a sac fly. An absolute no-doubt home run, too. Fastball misses upstairs. With that left field wall, we had talked about how hard it is to hit a home run at Skyland Stadium in Sussex County. Goes high again. Baker started off 2-0. So an inning, 2 hits, 1 earned run, a walk, and 3 strikeouts until that first strikeout. So he's got an inning and a third, 4 strikeouts on the start. But he started Baker off with a 3-0 count. Not only is Florence coming into this game red hot, Brockton is sort of limping into this game. They're 2-8 in their last 10 games. Lost their last 3 series. Get me over pitch, just barely caught a strike on the outside corner and did catch a piece. Stays alive with the count, make it 3-1. Dylan Baker, the strikeout batter of the game. It's not a beer batter like Florence has at home. 5-pitch walk, he'll take his base, won't happen here. Instead, if he strikes out, I think everyone goes home with a free fry from McDonald's coupon, I think is what I heard. So the McDonald's batter of the game as opposed to Florence's beer batter of the game. That's the 8-hitter as opposed to the 7-hole hitter. 1 on, 1 out. Top of the second. Now the bottom of this Florence lineup gets to Kyle Harbison. First pitch lined through the left side of the infield and into left. Baker, because it was hit so hard, no chance to get over to third. Stops at second. Kyle Harbison's got his second hit and as many starts. Florence in business once again with a couple on. But Milo Rushford was the first strikeout victim of Majic. Talk about Brodell having to really take the role at center field now, at least for the time being. If Florence adds anyone, we'll see. Milo Rushford, it looks like they're going to call on to really take the role as the leadoff hitter for Florence. So what Tucker and Schoenfeld both did really well. Baker off a second, Harbison off first. First pitch, strike on a breaking ball. And, you know, the batting average doesn't jump out at you and scream a leadoff hitter, but the speed does, and the on-base percentage is pretty good, too, for Rushford. Ground ball, slow one to the left side of the infield. Flip to second is in time. That's all they have. Weird kind of dive for Harbison over at second. A 5-4 fielder's choice. Giordano goes to Javier. Rushford's into first safely, and Baker gets over to third base, so another runner on the corner situation for Florence. It's Brett Blomquist. He's got 49 RBIs this season. But yeah, we're talking about a 400 still on base percentage for Milo Rushford. Still a very good OPS because he could slug some too. This is Blomquist. First pitch backs him off the plate. It's way inside. Both runners on base now run well for Florence, Baker and Rushford. Fastball way up and out to Blomquist. Now he's got a 2 balls, no strike count. So 4 strikeouts, but also 2 walks early into this one for Magic. Actually didn't have a ton of either in his short time with Florence last season. Looks the runner at first, now comes home with a 2-0. Check swing. Blomquist definitely did go around. That's first base umpire Will Naleski. Umpire intros, always brought to you by Pella Windows. Looking for a clear view of every call? Trust Pella Window and Door, bringing you replay-worthy clarity and craftsmanship you can count on. Pella Window and Door, so good even the ump won't miss a thing. This one's roped on the left field line, drops it for a base hit. That'll score at least 1. A jog home for Baker. All the way in the corner, Kretzler collects, and a stop sign at third for Rushford. An RBI double for Brett Blomquist. Florence up 2-0 in the second. You knew Florence was going to have opportunities to pounce. This is the 18th out of 18 teams ranked team ERA. An ERA for a team that sits just under 7. And Florence, obviously, is one of the best offenses in the Frontier League. Can they continue to add on? Still 2 runners at scoring position now after Rushford stops at third. Blomquist at second. 2 down in the inning. Zeisler back up to the plate. He laced a hard-hit single down the right field line in his first AB that set up the runners on the corner situation. He followed up his player of the week with a series that was okay. 1 for 8. Did get walked 3 times, one of those being an intentional one. Had 1 RBI and a sac fly. Fastball in, leaves it alone, and goes up in the count 2-0. Derek Bender going to go out and have a conversation here with Magic. Magic's numbers with Florence last year, he did have a 3-1 record, but an ERA that was north of 7. Again, 7 of his 10 appearances were starts, so he kind of got used as both a starter and reliever. He had 37 strikeouts to just 19 walks. It's a pretty good walk-to-strikeout ratio there. Looks like everybody in the comment section is starting to agree that they have fixed most of HTN's problems on the away feed, so happy to see that. Zeisler stands in 2-0. Florence struck first in all 3 games of this week's sweep of Sussex County. They've struck first here, already up 2-0 in the second. Off speed, lands outside for a ball. And now Zeisler's got a 3-0 count. Well, you know, because of the stats that pitchers are always going to be afraid to pitch to Zeisler, Magic especially, knowing what Zeisler can do firsthand being on his team. Same thing with Richardson on deck. 3-0 fastball high. It's a 4-pitch walk to Zeisler. With runners on second and third at first base, open 2 outs. Maybe that's the unintentional intentional walk. Or intentional, unintentional walk, whichever way the order goes. Don't think it matters. But Zeisler has now reached twice in the first 2 innings of this game. Richardson, who got the scoring started with an RBI single, has got a bases loaded 2-out situation against a former teammate here in Magic. First pitch strike comes across that back door at 78 miles an hour. Slider with about 16 inches of horizontal break. Rushford off of third, Blomquist second, Zeisler first. Fastball grounded right at third base. Giordano scoops, throws to first. It's in time and on line to get out of the inning. So able to strand the bases loaded, but Florence gets another one, a run in each of the first 2 innings. It's 2-0 Y'alls over Brockton on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. A run in each of the first 2 innings for Florence. Their offense is back at it. Chase Hopewell had a clean bottom of the first. We will see what he can do to respond to that. The 1 start for him so far this season, he only went an inning and a third. Boy, would it be an awesome development for not only the depth of the starting rotation, but also just for the personal development of Chase Hopewell's season. If he could put together just a decent start today, give him 5 innings. Give Florence a chance. Did give up a 1-out single, but got out of it with a pop-up and a fly-out. So 5-6-7. Evan Slight leads off the second for Brockton. 2-0 lead for Florence. First pitch fastball at the knees. Cold strike to Slight. Slight playing his college ball at Rutgers and then Alabama. Actually had one of the craziest performances that I have ever called as a broadcaster when he was at Alabama. Fastball thrown in the dirt from Hopewell. 1-1. It was, one of the most chaotic days of my life. It was actually the first time I had called a baseball game on a real radio station my sophomore year of college. I'd called a student radio, but this one was, the flagship station for Indiana. 1-1 soft grounder off the end of the bat. Over to Blomquist. He has to hurry up to throw it to first, but he's got time. 3 straight retired here for Hopewell. 1 down in the inning. Get you a little more on that story as Slight continues to play, but I'll just say it was a very hectic day. I thought I was doing something wrong. I probably was doing something wrong. Here I am still in it 4 years later. 1 down for Tommy Kretzler, the 6 hitter for Brockton. Takes the first pitch, grounds it just foul past the third base line. Kretzler, a Frontier League All-Star last season. After the numbers have dipped a bit this year, goes from a 300 batting average to 268 this season. Still has the pop, 9 homers, 45 RBIs. Breaking ball low for a ball. Hopewell matched that innings pitched line he had in his first start last weekend. This is killed fair down the third base line. A diving Broussard has no chance all the way into the corner. Rushford struggles to pick it up, but nothing more than 2 for Kretzler, but he jogs into second. A 1-out double. Second base hit on Hopewell now, and the first time that Brockton's got a runner in scoring position today. One on, 1 out for Jack Thomas Wold. Power hitting first baseman. Hasn't shown off the power a ton this season. Just 6 homers. Takes the first pitch, hits it out to left. Milo Rushford jogging up, and he's got it with his glove next to his ear. A hard line out into left field. That's the second one of that same kind of nature we've seen from a Brockton righty, but it's the second out of this inning. And here is another former Y'all. Same path coming over from Florence to Brockton with Magic. It's Eddie Javier playing second base for Brockton today. In 265 this season. The runner on second at 2 outs. Lawrence up 2-0. Breaking ball, swing and a miss on the first pitch. Goes down 0-1. Kind of been a platoon second baseman. Not necessarily righty versus lefty, but it's been, kind of a rotation on who gets that start at second. Punches it foul down the first base line. Kretzler off a second. 0-2 count for Hopewell. He's still looking for his first strikeout, too. He's got a good amount of those for Florence this year, in his relief appearances at least. 0-2 fastball. Again, just getting a piece is Javier. Yeah, that velocity is at 92. You could tell that Hopewell is a little bit more comfortable than we've seen in the first couple of innings. So he's again bringing it up on the velo. 92 is the fastest we've seen so far today. Same exact result. Fastball popped up behind home plate. Kind of a traditional stadium here in Brockton. Decent capacity. I kind of walked up and equated it to a spring training type stadium in Florida. It's pretty open. Everything in the stadium is kind of, below the stands in terms of the clubhouse and everything as Javier calls timeout. Still down on the count 0-2. Got some suites. I have a really good view. This visitor radio press box is one of the best that I've been in. Javier back in the box. With an 0-2 count, runner on second at 2 outs. Hopewell looks him back to second. Comes home out of the stretch. Fastball way in for ball 1. We'll have Howler trivia coming up. We're not going to do the third. We're going to do the fourth today because of how quick this game has been moving so far. 1-2 again, fastball fouled back. So this is what I thought it had been the problem a little bit for Hopewell in some of his relief appearances. We talk about Sussex County, how well they did this, but this is something that's been a thing off of Hopewell all season long where he's just struggled with the put-away pitch. And teams have just fouled so many balls off. It's been a reason why he's walked a lot of batters is because he's just thrown so many pitches in ABs. Still just a 1-2 count on this one. Off speed is fouled again, up near me. Well, I got a real chance for a foul ball in this spot of the press box. I'm high enough up where I'm almost over the net, but it can come down anyway. And I got an open window, and we're far enough back to where the ball's got enough time to travel here. Stay tuned. I would love to make a play. Another foul ball off to the right side. Well, this is another really good at-bat for a Brockton hitter. Ninth pitch of the AB coming up. We saw something similar. That fastball up to 94 for Hopewell as he tries to put him away. Still 2 outs in the inning. We saw something similar where, it was a long AB that still was a 0-2, 1-2 count. It was back on Austin White, the first batter of the game. Got another one here. Set of the belt comes home. Another 1-2 is a fastball up and in. 93 on that one. Counts even at 2-2. Two with 2 outs. Check swing. He did go around. There's the put away pitch. An off speed put downstairs, and Hopewell strands another runner here in the second. Florence up 2-0 going to the third on the Frontier League Network powered by HTN. Couple of RBI base hits in each of the first 2 innings for Florence here in the top of the third. It's a 2-0 Y'all's lead going for their 12th straight win. We'll go 5, 6, 7 in the order. Already the second time through on Eli Magic for Florence. First pitch fastball just a bit off the plate to Brendan Bobo. Struck out his first time up. Magic's 6 outs recorded. 4 of them have been Ks. Swing and a miss. Bobo with a big swing on a fastball. Just got put in a perfect spot. Florence also out hitting Brockton today 5-2. Swing and a miss again on a slider. That is just giving Bobo fits. I mean, for good reason. It's just such a tough pitch to see out of the hands of a lefty. Down in the count again, 1-2. Grounds this one to the right side. A diving play over at first. Throw from Wold, and he did not get him. Bobo beat the throw. Actually, the ball was dropped by the pitcher, Magic. So an infield single here for Brendan Bobo. That's got to feel good. His 3rd base hit of the road trip. Now it brings up Garrett Broussard. Struck out swinging his first time up. It's the first pitch off the outside corner for a strike. Actually called ball. Let's start to look at Magic's pitch count here too. Already thrown 50 pitches. Grounder over to the third base side. Flipped on to second is in time, but the speed of Broussard beats it over to first. That's another 5-4 fielder's choice. So Bobo off the base paths. Broussard will replace him over at first base. That is 58 pitches now for Magic. Brings up Marcus Brodell with 1 on and 1 out. 2 runs for Florence, an RBI single from Richardson, and an RBI double from Blomquist. Slider again, trying to get that front door on the lefty Brodell. This time misses outside with it at 76. Catches the zone outside corner on a fastball. Brodell, just a 1 start against Sussex County. He went 1 for 4 with a strikeout. Should be getting, more than that usual 1 start per series now moving forward. Throw over to first. Broussard was barely off of first. And I, for one, am very excited to see Brodell start to get more consistent starts. This one's lined back up the middle and through for a base hit. Garrett Broussard jogs to second. Another Florence single, the second of the inning. This one for Brodell. That is already the 7th. Check that, 6th hit of the day for Florence. And just 2 1/3 for Magic. Started to give it up 2 runs. Dylan Baker worked a 5-pitch walk his last time up. He's got runners on first and second and 1 out. First pitch called strike, bottom part of the zone. That was some sort of changeup that we haven't, I don't think, seen a ton from Magic so far. Fastest pitch we've seen from him still just 87 to this point. There's that slider. Oh, thought it got a good piece. But they're going to say just off the plate. It is a good call from Miguel Cruz. Got distracted, interrupted before, in the middle of giving you that umpire intro. It's Miguel Cruz behind home plate. Will Naleski at first and Kyra Gach behind the plate. Fastball in, and Baker's now ahead of this count, 2-1. There's a large congregation of kids down to the first base side talking into the Florence dugout, trying to get their attention. Looks like Hank Zeisler they're trying to get to right now. Fastball blew by Baker. Evens this count up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fans are going to get on their feet, get excited. Want a free medium fry from McDonald's. Baker's today's strikeout fry batter of the game. Broussard at second. Bender now will call time. For Magic throws another pitch. That might have been the umpire who called it. He's now going to ask for some baseballs from the ball boys. Sun starting to set on what it's turned into a pretty nice evening. Still a little hot, not as hot as it was earlier today. The 2-2. Fastball hit high in the air, left center, White going over, Creston 2 in front of the track. White's got it. Tagging from second to third, Garrett Broussard. Throw is off line. A fly out to center that I thought had a chance, but did die. That is exactly what the staff members here at Brockton told me, is that you'll see some hard hit off the bat that just die right before that track. And that's kind of what Dylan Baker's did there. So Florence trying to keep the streak of a run per inning at least. They're on the corners now with 2 outs for Kyle Harbison. After Broussard moved to third, Brodella to stay put over at first. Trying to give Chase Hopewell even more of a cushion to let him settle in a little bit. Before first pitch comes in, it's a throw over. Brodell barely off of the first base bag. We haven't seen him try to steal too many bases, Brodell, this year. But we know he's got the ability to do it. He's playing center field today, one of the fastest guys on this Florence team. Now the first pitch comes home as a called strike. The slider. Heavy slider usage from Magic. Florence fans, kind of knew what to expect out of that. He's trying to get his first scoreless inning of the first 3 so far. This one's cranked hard down the left field line, foul. That ball might have been gone if it was fair from Harbison. Started to just be a little more consistent ever since a really slow start to the month of July. Last, I would say, 10 days of July, he started to figure it out. Toby Hall, even when he was slumping, was giving Harbison more starts, giving him more 2-start series. Change-up's in the dirt, gets away, runner breaks off for second. Brodell is called out at second. Read it off of the drop at the plate, and just a little bit too late to get to the bag. That is the first scoreless inning here for Eli Magic. Hopewell back out to the bump. Florence still on top, 2-0. Two nothing lead for Florence here in the bottom of the third. Eli Magic got his first scoreless inning there in the top half of the inning. Out comes Chase Hopewell for his third inning of work. What's now been his longest appearance of the season if he can record an out. He's gone 2 innings, nothing more. Starts or relief for the big right-hander. Started the season, didn't know what his role was going to be. Looking like he might be able to be the closer with that velo. Faced some tough appearances through the first few. They want to start him, see if it can calm him down a little bit. Scoreless through 2, 9-1-2 in the third for Brockton. Bunt laid down here from Keegan Kaleko. Fouled it off of his own knee. Kaleko back into the box. Kaleko's got a little bit of taste of the areas of both of these teams. First 2 years of college ball at UMass Lowell here in Massachusetts. Last 2 years of college ball up at University of Dayton. Slider just misses in for a ball. So Hopewell's allowed the 2 hits. A single from Bender, a double from Kretzler. Has not walked a batter yet, just has the 1 strikeout. Now fastball is low in the zone, but still got a piece and grounded to second, and Brett Blomquist makes the play over to first. What he also has done today that he has struggled with this season is get the leadoff runners out. Now the leadoff batters, I should say, 0 for 3 against Hopewell in this game. We'll see what the top of the lineup second time through can do. Austin White, the all-star, back to the plate. Righty on lefty matchup. White squares around a bunt. That's what he did on the first pitch of the game. Pulled it back. Pitch called a strike on the outside corner. Ended up flying out to left. His batting average has really dipped a little bit. He's on somewhat of a slump himself. Under 300 for the first time in a long time. Check swing on a fastball. Did not go, man. I thought that was pretty obvious strike. They say no. Fastball all the way back to the backstop. You're going to see that from Hopewell a little bit. Again, his command has been a lot better today. Occasionally, he's good for a wild pitch or some sort of pass ball that's tough for a catcher to handle. Fastball up and away, and now a hitter's count for Austin White. One of those guys, a little bit like Shaney felt, again, leading the league at stolen bases, where he gets on base, it just messes everything up. It causes havoc. You always got to think about him taking an extra base, and he will successfully do so. We'll take a, extra base on a single. 3-1 pitch is a changeup just on the end of the zone, called a strike. Heller trivia coming up in the fourth inning. We're doing it an inning late. I hope you haven't been waiting at home, turning it off because you didn't hear it in the third. We'll get to it, don't worry. Payoff pitch incoming with one out. Fastball out of the right side. Got it back down to 89 for that one. Again, with a full count, just wanted to make sure that he finds the zone. Payoff pitch is low on a breaking ball. Gets to the backstop. Harbison jogs to make sure White doesn't want to take second because he is someone who would. So each of the first three innings here for Hopewell, he gets the first out, lets the second runner on. That is his first walk of the game. Toby Hall is out to talk to Chase Hopewell. Not sure if he, said after that first walk, he's going to talk to him. Might just kind of be a game plan kind of thing to see, how are we going to deal with White on the base paths. Harbison's got an arm. He'll throw you out, but White obviously someone that is incredibly difficult to throw out. Another one of these patent Toby Hall mound meetings with the whole infield. It'll be broken up by Miguel Cruz. One on, one out. Florence with a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the third. Hopewell trying to make it 3 clean. A lot like, actually, never mind. I do have a view on the Florence bullpen. It's out in left field when the Florence dugout is down the first base line. It's pretty interesting. Hopewell throw over to first before pitch. Wade in there safely. Well, it's a 1-2 punch for Brockton that they put top two in the lineup. White and then Bender has probably been their best hitter this season. Team leader in RBIs with 70 at the plate. He's the game-tying run here. Fouls the first pitch off down the first base line. Zeisler sprinting over at foul ground. It drops in play, but no chance for Zeisler or Bobo in right to get there. Long first strike here for Hopewell. Stares him down for the 0-1. One hops over to second, but Blomquist can't handle. White was kind of in no man's land. Picked up in right field. He tries to go for third. Throw goes to third, and that allows Bender to get to second. Misplayed all around by the Florence defense. White was kind of stopping in the middle of first at second to see if that ball was going to be caught on the line. It dropped, and then Blomquist couldn't grab it. And then White goes first to third. Bobo throws the ball to third. Didn't get him with his speed, which allows Bender to get to second. Two in scoring position. Toby Hall back out to the mound. This might be it for Chase Hopewell. And it will be. Lee's famous recipe chicken pitching change for Florence. That's it for Hopewell. Goes 2 innings and a third, his longest of the season. More on the new Florence pitcher on the other end of the break on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. Lee's famous recipe chicken pitching change for Florence. With the new wing coming into the game, you can pick up the best wings in the tri-state area at Lee's famous recipe chicken. We knew we might see him. It's Isaac Milburn to relieve Chase Hopewell. Inheriting runners at second and third. At first pitch, it's a pass ball that will score Brockton's first run of this game. They cut the deficit to 1. They also set up another sacrifice situation for the game tying run, with Bender getting over to second. Or getting over to third as the only runner on base now with just 1 out in the inning. We'll see if that's ruled a pass ball or a wild pitch. I could see it going either way. Hopewell have been pitching well until they gave up that walk and then single. Infield comes in with a runner on third and 1 out. Breaking ball is low, so 2 balls and no strikes. Scott Seeker's got 45 RBIs this season, the 3-hole hitting designated hitter. It's a lefty-on-lefty matchup. Fastball, grounder through the left side of the infield. We are tied. Might be one where, if the infield is playing back, they would have. It would still score the run, obviously, just wouldn't get the out. RBI single for Seeker, his 46th of the season. It's 2-2. Both of those runs will be tagged to Chase Hopewell. As Giordano We'll hit with a runner on first and still just one out of the inning. Well, Milburn has been great ever since being used in this spot. It's kind of a bulk reliever, someone who's been opened for after he had some struggles as a Florence starter. Breaking ball outside, bounces in the dirt. Kyle Harbison collects to keep Seeker over at first. Giordano flied out to right his first time up. Slider tries to get that front door and actually just runs a tad inside. Last time out for Milburn was 4 2/3 innings of relief in the same kind of spot right after Chase Hopewell got the win after giving up just one run on 5 hits. Walked 2 batters, struck out 2. Fastball way outside. Now a 3 balls, no strike count on Giordano. Did give up a home run. It's the only homer that he's given up in his last 5 appearances. Slider misses low, and now a 4-pitch walk. As Brockton will once again have a couple of batters on. Second time getting 2 on in the inning. Go ahead run in the third, now moves over to second. As Evan Slight will come up to the plate. He's been hot recently for Brockton, and 350 in his last 10. Front door slider, swing and a miss, strike number 1, and a pretty good looking pitch there for Milburn. Slight grounded out to second his first time up. This ball way upstairs. Slight has to back up out of the way. Milburn from Lexington, Kentucky. His last few relief appearances, again, 4 2/3 against Gateway. He went 5 in relief against Windy City. 4 in relief against Gateway the week before that. Swats punch fouled out the third base line. 1-2 the count. But it was his most recent start where he struggled. 3 1/3, gave up 3 runs on 6 hits. Again, foul ball back behind the plate. That was right before the All-Star break. It came against Mississippi in Mississippi. They made that decision during the All-Star break in the first series. What do you know? They played Mississippi. Back at home this time. Used him in relief. Went 4 scoreless innings. Just 1-hit baseball. He was dynamite and has been since. 1-2. Off the end of the bat, shallow right. That will dunk in right in front of Brodell, who picks it up. Around third, racing home is Bender. And Brockton's got a lead here in the bottom of the third. RBI single for Slight. As Giordano gets over to third. Still just 1 out in the inning. So 1 of the first and the second, respectively, for Florence. Take a 2-0 lead. Florence has given up 3 runs, 2 charged to Hopewell, 1 now charged to Milburn. Just 1 out in the third. It's Tommy Kretzler. He fouls the first pitch back. Kretzler could do some damage too, but once you get to the bottom of this Brockton lineup is where the batting average is start to dunk a little bit. Kretzler hitting below 270 on the season. Steele has 9 homers. Launches a fastball in the dirt and leaves it alone. 1-1. I told you to expect high-scoring games. And if you're with me in Sussex County, I said the same thing, and we actually got some very low-scoring games and terrific pitching performances for Florence. But different rotation here for Florence against Brockton. Throw over to first. Nothing going. Zeisler fakes over to third base to see what Giordano wanted to do. Nothing going. Still a 1-1 count. And Brockton's got the worst team ERA in the league. Backdoor sliders high, no good. Milburn's struggling with the zone, which is, what has really been his issue this year. 55 at a third, considering both his starts and relief appearances. 36 walks to just 39 strikeouts. Slider again off the knob of the bat and a foul ball towards the Florence dugout. Counts even at 2. Bottom of the third's gone south for Florence. Scored on a wild pitch, an RBI single from Scott Seeker, and now that RBI base hit from Evan Slight. Still just one out of the inning with a runner on third. Fastball, fouled again, back into the net. They've really done a nice job working these pitch counts. With the 2 runs coming around for Hopewell, his day is done. Goes 2 1/3 of 2 earned run baseball. Actually, 2 runs. They don't have it earned right now. I need to go back and look at. They called something an error. I don't remember what that possibly could be. 2-2 golfed foul. Maybe it's just a quirk on the iScore app, but we'll keep you updated with that. It has, Hopewell 2 1/3, 2 runs, both unearned, 3 hits and a walk. Did get 1 strikeout. Really good through the first 2 innings. Just let 2 of the first 3 on and the third, and they wanted to get that quick trigger because Milburn can give you length. Runner takes off for second before Milburn throws, and Zeisler does not want to throw to second and risk the run coming home. Oh, no, they called a balk on Milburn. So that's what happened. Runner takes off for second before Milburn comes home, but they say that Milburn started his move home, and Toby Hall is going to argue. And he does not look very happy. We'll see if we're going to get a replay on that on the HTN broadcast. But another will come home to score for Brockton. It is 4-2 Florence. Or 4-2 Brockton, I should say. That is their 4th run of the inning. Still just 1 out. The balk also obviously gets Slight over to second, so another one at scoring position for Milburn trying to work out of it. And still a 2-2 count at home here on Kretzler. Kicks it, fires. Fastball, swing and a miss. That's how Milburn responds. But you get the strikeout in the inning, and a sacrifice situation would have been a big one if the runner was still on third. But Toby Hall still very unhappy in the dugout. I didn't see how that was a balk. But I guess when he threw to first, they're going to say that he started his move home before that. 2 down now. Still a runner on second. 4-2 Brockton lead in the third. First pitch is Jack Thomas. Wold steps in, fouls it back. Wold 0 for 1 with a fly to left. Spent some time in affiliated ball with the St. Lucie Mets of the New York Mets organization. They're the high A Mets. Watches a breaking ball go low. 1-1 for Milburn. Again, what to expect out of him is to just give him some length. He's gone 4 innings and 4 innings plus, I should say, in all of his 4 relief appearances this year. Ball and a strike. Rounder foul. So Florence goes into this road trip on an 8-game winner. And they only trailed for a couple of innings that whole Sussex County series. They were down 2-1 for, it might have only been 1 inning in game 2 of the series. It felt like they were trailing when they had their backs against the wall with the bases loaded and nobody out. Bottom of the 9th, game 2. Karsten got out of it. Milburn throws outside. 2-2. But after Karsten got out of it, Florence got the win on a top of the 10th inning 2-run double for Brendan Bobo. That was to get it to 10 wins. 4-1 win yesterday to get it to 11. Brockton 2-8 in their last 10. Milburn spins and throws home 2-2, swing and a miss. Tipped into the mitt of Harbison. He hangs on. And that 4-run inning for Brockton concludes. Gets Hopewell out of the game. Comes home. A wild pitch and a balk. Just a weird bottom of the third. Florence's offense has some work to do. Haller Trivia on the fourth of the Frontier League Network, powered by HDN. Back here in the top of the fourth, Eli Magic will be pitching with a lead for the first time today. It's 4-2 Brockton as we get to the fourth from Campanelli Stadium. Fourth inning today brought to you by the Roar Agency, located across all 50 states in the nation. Feel the Roar difference with Roar Insurance and visit us today at roarins.com. That's roarins.com. 9-1-2 for Florence. Haller Trivia in the inning. Kyle Harbison to start us off against Magic. First pitch, fastball. Strike on the inside corner. Harbison 1 for 1. Singled back in the second. He was the one to come around on the RBI double from Blomquist. Actually, it was his spot. It was out on a fielder's choice. Grounder to the left side and sneaking through off the diving glove of Calero and bouncing into left field. A 2-hit day for Harbison. He's now got 3 hits on 2 starts of the week. Let's get to that Haller Trivia question already up on Twitter. Way you can work, you can either respond there on Twitter. You can comment in the Florence Y'all's Radio Network YouTube audio stream. You can text me if you have my personal number. Mike Trout is the most recent MLB player to join the 400 and 200 club. 400 homers, 200 stolen bases. Who did it before him? So who's the second most recent to join the 400, 200 club? One on, nobody out, top of the lineup, Milo Rushford. Third time through the order for Magic. Rushford 0 for 2, a strikeout, bounced into a fielder's choice. So we're obviously talking about someone with power and with speed. Give the answer in the bottom of the fourth. 1-0 called strike on the outside corner. Give you a hint because this one today is a little more difficult. My hint, NL. Second most recent after Trout to join the 400, 200 club. Played in the NL. Before Trout, I should say. 1-0 popped left side behind home plate. Foul ball. Ball with 2 strikes. Our 3 this week have done pretty well. Sergeant Bilko is a winner in 2 of the 3. He wins the series. Breaking ball popped a mile high in the infield, third base side. Calling everybody off Giordano, and he's got it for out number 1. Rushford an 0 for 3 day to start, just here in the fourth. Now Blomquist. Knocked in Florence's second run today, an RBI double in the second inning. Florence has left some runners on base, a total of 6 of them in the first 3 innings. First pitch slider, a strike. First one to guess the correct answer obviously will be the winner. Throw over to first. Some action in the chat. Sergeant Bilko said, what an inning. I agree. Rocks will give up at least 4 more runs to Florence. We got this. I like that attitude, Sergeant. Change up, foul ball right back behind the plate again. It's 0-2. Magic trying to settle in. It's usually good for decent length. He's gone 5 or 6 innings in his last 3 starts. But Florence got to him early. Just a ton of base runners on him. He's given up 7 hits now in 3 1/3, but can only convert to 2 runs to this point. Looks at first and kicks and fires the 0-2 pitch. Fastball top, just up. Keep Blomquist alive with the count. I'll say this is probably the most difficult, in my opinion, Howler trivia that we've done this week. Try to land a backdoor fastball. It misses. He puts the count here to Blomquist 2-2. On Tuesday, Sergeant Bilko got it. Swing and a miss for Blomquist. Down on strikes. 2 seen. Yesterday's was one where we didn't really have a lot of answers. Rory got it. Active MLB pitchers to spend their career with one team. Who's got the most wins? It was Aaron Nola. As Zeisler stands in. One before that is 5 position players since 2020 to win a Silver Slugger Gold Glove of the same season. Zeisler goes after the first pitch, fouls it back with 2 down. And Harbison over at first. It was Marcus Simeon, Nolan Arenado, Mookie Betts, JT Realmuto. And the 5th one is escaping me. It was another AL player. Oh, Bobby Witt, of course, the most recent. Fastball lands, strike on the outside corner. Zeisler doesn't go after it again, and he's down 0-2. Magic does have 5 strikeouts now with that K to Blomquist. Zeisler, the league leader in RBI, trying to do something here for Florence in the 4th, trailing by 2, 4-2, the top of the 4th. Just barely missed the fastball out. Right, it was Stephen Gregg who said that about the Rocks will give up 4 runs or more. One-two grounder to the right side, right at the second baseman, Javier. Throw to first is in time. Magic with back-to-back scoreless innings. Keep this lead here for Brockton. Get your answers in for Howler Trivia. We'll be back on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTM. This call for the lights is brought to you by Class Jewelers. Our lights are shining bright thanks to our friends over at Class Jewelers. Keep your business. See? Head on over to 7365 Burlington Pike, Florence for all your jewelry needs, or call them today at 859-525-7500. It has gotten dark early. And I'll tell you what, obviously the further east you go into a specific time zone, obviously the earlier it'll get dark. You know, we have traveled a ton to get here, and it still is the same time zone, Florence and Brockton, so it makes sense that it's getting dark this early. Just in the bottom of the fourth, Brockton a 4-2 lead over the Alls, trying to snap an 11-game winning streak, 8-9-1 for the Rocks. So Isaac Milburn will get his first full inning of work, and first time with nobody on base, gets to work out of the windup. 1-0 start on Javier. Throws a changeup inside for a ball. Start reading the answers to Halla Trivia with 1 out. Give you the answer with 2 outs. If you want to get it in quickly, again, it's on Twitter. Mike Trout is the most recent player to join the 400-200 club in their career. 400 homers, 200 strikes, 200 stolen bases. Jeez. Slider misses 3-0. Who is the second most recent? Who did it before Trout? Hint was NL. It's 3-0. Fastball way low and inside, a 4-pitch walk. That's Milburn's second 4-pitch walk. Almost every Rocks hitter came to the plate in that marathon of the bottom of the third. Javier, the only one that didn't. Now he reaches with a leadoff walk. So it was Calero who got that inning started, grounding out to second, starting to look like another promising start to an inning for Hopewell. The Brockton 9-hitter. 1 on, nobody out. Change up at the knees. Milburn lands it for a strike. 81 miles an hour off on the off speed. Calero, this is his second season with the Rocks. In that bottom of the lineup, defensive shortstop. Awkward bloop off the end of the bat. It lands in fair territory. Zeisler didn't know where it was. It gets all the way to the wall out on the right side. A throw to second is in time on a nice throw from Blomqvist. Boy, that is a lot to unpack. So a bloop, weird spot of the bat, kind of spinner. Lands just tucked inside the line at the edge of infield grass and infield dirt, I should say, and outfield grass behind first base. Should be Zeisler going after it. He has no idea where the ball is. He didn't move, holding the runner on over at first base. It bounces in fair territory, spins pretty much horizontally all the way to near the Florence dugout, that wall over there, before it gets out of play. Blomqvist picks it up, throws to second as Calero was trying to grab another bag. Got the runner out there. It does move Javier over to third, so a runner on third with just 1 out. Another sacrifice situation for the top of the lineup here in Brockton, and Austin White, who takes a first pitch strike. Infield will again come in for Florence. Change up, bow down the third base side. It did the same for Derek Bender when Bender punched a single through the left side. Actually, it was Seekers had the RBI single with the infield coming in. White calls his time. 0 for 1 today. Reached on a walk. Was the first runner to score for Brockton on a wild pitch. That wild pitch being the first pitch that Milburn threw of the game. He's ahead 0-2. Fastball way upstairs. 89, trying to see if he can Weiss to chase. He did not. 1 out of the inning. We could start reading the answers. Or should I say answer singular? Looks like another day of just 1 answer. We got from Stephen Greggs is Carlos Beltran. 1-2 slider low, evens the count. Also said Soriano did it too. Bagwell did it. So I'm guessing that Beltran is his answer. I don't think we've gotten anything on Twitter. I need to start tweeting them earlier in the day so there's more people that could see it. White just gets a piece of the 2-2. Stays alive. Hopewell done after 2 1/3. Chase to give it up 2 earned on 3 hits and a walk. Florence up 4-2 in the bottom of the 4th. Get you the answer after the second out. Slider again fouled off by White. This time down the third base side. Up near, it's like what are some restrooms down that third base line. Not a very crowded night here at Campanelli Stadium. There's not a ton of sections here, but they're pretty tall. There's a lot of rows. I'm pretty high up here at the stadium. 2-2's low. We are now full. On that curveball ended up outside. Huge pitch coming up. First base is open, obviously, as well as second base. 1 out, a runner on third. To the leadoff hitting White. Misses on a slider in. Very good plate appearance there for White. He works his second walk in as many plate appearances. They're on the corners again here for Brockton. Back-to-back innings. A couple of runners on. And now a mound meeting for Florence. We've seen a few of these that will not be taken by Toby Hall. It's going to be Zach Westcott, the pitching coordinator, who will make his way out to the mound to have a chat with Isaac Milburn. Sometimes it's just a matter of what people like. I guess with Toby Hall, a lot of times it could be, he's good at morale, getting people to relax. White, where Westcott might just be seeing something that Milburn's doing and delivering that message. Javier at third, White at first. And again, White's got a ton of speed, the league leader in stolen bases. Brockton trying to add on to their 2-run lead here in the bottom of the 4th. 4-2. They'll do it with their all-star, Derek Bender. He's got 2 singles already today. First pitch of the AB after the mound visit. Backdoor slider, called a strike. Right on that top of the zone. Does catch a piece. Good call by Cruz. Nice ball. Bender fouls back. Well, this guy was a really big prospect pretty recently. A 6th-round pick to the Minnesota Twins back in 2024. Was a college All-American at Coastal Carolina. Both the top 2 hitters in the lineup for Brockton played at Coastal. Austin White, the leadoff man, and Derek Bender at the plate. He waits the 0-2. Runner takes off for second, and again, Milburn's got to throw to first before he comes home. This time, no ball called, but Zeisler doesn't even get a throw to second. Austin White causing fits on the base paths again. He had one come in on a balk. Florence just has not been their sharpest defensively. On the mound, really the whole defense, second and third with just 1 out. Infield comes in again for Florence. Grounder to the third base side. It's picked up at fair territory. Throw to first in time. Really good play for Garrett Broussard. No, it's called foul late. There's a lot of confusion. So third base umpire Akira Gok called this a fair ball, and home plate umpire Miguel Cruz said foul. There's still some confusion. Bender's coming back to the plate as if he's going to hit, while Scott Seeker is walking up to the plate. That is the third base umpire's call, though. That's a fair ball and a ground out. Huge play for Garrett Broussard on the throw to first. Keeps the runners put at second and third. Bender retired for the first time today. Milburn and out away from getting out of it. He's got to deal with Scott Seeker at the first RBI of the day for Brockton. What a weird play. Change up. Laid off on the check swing. 2 outs will give the answer. And I will say, only one answer. It's a correct one. Congratulations to Mr. Stephen Gregg, our winner of today's Haller Trivia. Second most recent player to join the 400-200 club is Carlos Beltran of the New York Mets. Front door slider in there for a strike. 1-1. Beltran did it. Just before him would have been Alex Rodriguez. Beltran retired back in 2017. Slider again cut on and missed by Seeger. Milburn ahead of this count 1-2. Still second and third. A single could really break this thing open. Milburn and out away from getting out of the inning. 2 gone. Seeker 1 for 2 with an RBI single and a pop up to third. So the winners of this road trip, 2 for Sergeant Pilko, 1 for Rory Tedemer, and now 1 for Stephen Gregg. 1-2. Fastball away. Brockton dugout calling for a balk. Something about Milburn's delivery. We've already seen a balk with a runner on third today from Milburn. Umpires don't do anything there. Deucers are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Brockton leading by 2 with 2 on in the fourth. Goes down to get it. Fouls it back to the left side. Last time Milburn was used in this spot, again against Gateway, he went 4 2/3, but that was all they needed because it was a 7-inning game. Change up high, runs the count full. Milburn already 3 walks in an inning and a third so far. Change-ups foul the opposite way. Another really good at bat. Do have to start looking at his pitch count. It's 48 pitches, inning and a third in. Again, just so many long at bats here for Brockton. Milburn trying to find that put away pitch. The 48 pitches are 26 strikes and 22 balls. Another payoff. Hit out to left. Long run for Rushford. Going back towards the track, but he's got it on the run. No, it drops. He dropped it and it bounced over the fence. And Brockton's going to score 2. They take a 6-2 lead here at the bottom of the fourth. The lights kind of make it weird over in that left field corner, and I think Rushford was maybe having trouble with the lights. He was right by that baseball. It was looking like he was slowing down because he had it. Watching the replay right now, sizing it up, kind of throws his hands up like he doesn't know where it is. And he just goes out of the replay, but it looks like that hit his glove. Will that be a hit or will it be an error? I'm waiting to see the call. I guess it depends on if it hit his glove or not. We didn't see it on the replay, just went out. But if it didn't, it was real close. 6-2 lead for Brockton. Still a runner at second now with 2 outs. That obviously will matter if it's an earned run or unearned run. Getting confirmation from Harrison DeNicola in the dugout that that's an error. Again, road team, not the official scorers, but we think that is an error. Fastball is in the dirt, and now Milburn is falling behind again in the count, 2-0. Should not be any RBIs. Milburn should not get any more earned runs in the inning, because that should have been the third out as well. Slider catches a piece, make it 2-1. Again, I'm 80% sure, and now with Harrison's text, that was an error and hit the glove of Rushford and just bounced over the fence. Swing and a miss on a slider in. 2-2 the count. Florence trying to fight to keep that win streak alive. They've won 11 in a row. Now trail by 4 here in the fourth. They've had some heroic come from behind wins this year, but they're going to need a lot today. They got a run in each of the first 2 innings. They've gone quiet the 2 innings since. 2-2 line right back at Milburn, off his glove, still in the air, snagged it to get out of the inning. What a play for Isaac Milburn, but a couple of unearned runs come across, and Florence sees that deficit doubled. It's 6-2 Brockton. Go to the 5th. Bats have some work to do on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. Zeta Richardson stands in and takes a first pitch strike on the outside corner as Florence now leads by 4. 6-2 is Brockton's lead in the top of the 5th. Backdoor slider misses out to the Florence designated hitter. Middle third of the Florence lineup. They have threatened in all 4 innings so far, but they've left 7 on base. 1 run of the first, 1 run of the second is all their production. Richardson had an RBI single in the first, scoring the first run of the game, driving it in, should say. Fastball high. Count goes to 3-0. You've had success getting hits on Magic. Just another 2-run inning. Get yourself back into the game. Try to do something against the fastball or against the bullpen. Get me over fastballs. Strike there. 3-1 here to Richardson. Fastball upstairs. Leadoff walk for Florence. Leadoff man has reached in 4 of the first 5 innings so far. Florence has not trailed by more than 1 on this road trip until today. Short 1-run lead for about an inning or maybe 2 in Sussex County in game 2. Bobo steps up. Richardson off first. Here's the first pitch ball. Really good eye just off the end of the plate. Really looked like Bobo was having issues with the front door slider from the lefty Magic, one of his former teammates at Florence last season, but punched an infield single to the right side of the infield. Get his hit streak up to 3 now. Missed outside again, 2-0. So Magic's thrown 7 pitches this inning so far, 6 of them for balls. Florence trying to capitalize. Fastball at his eyes. Another 3-0 count. He started both Florence hitters off with this. A couple guys stretching in the Brockton bullpen. Bullpen setup is, one of those unique ones where they're both right next to each other, both of them in the left field, beyond the left field wall, and it's a really short left field fence. Fastball up. Called strike, top of the zone. Bobo ready to throw his bat. Miguel Cruz calls it back. He's got a 3-1 count. Three-one. Swing and a miss. There's that slider again. This time it's 76 miles an hour. We've seen it dance around 75 to 79. And fastball mid-80s. Nothing crazy for Magic, who had a 7+ ERA with Florence last year. Cruz calls time because I think there's some sort of pitch clock issue. Florence chasing 4. Trying to get a big inning going here in the 5th. Payoff. Away. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks to start off the inning. We've talked about it with Florence. Even in this win streak, they've had deficits, and they've done just a really good job of responding right away, not taking much time to respond. Jog out for Brockton pitching coach to have a conversation. Fifth inning will get you some other scores around the league. The iScore out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Thornbush. Thornbush, the new frontier in the world of whiskey. Bold, smooth, and wildly unexpected. Come try the new official cocktail of the Florence Y'alls at Thomas More Stadium. Tied with Evansville for the first wild card spot at second place in the division coming into today. So Evansville definitely a team you're going to be watching. They are trailing by 3 to Washington in Washington as we speak. It's 3-0 in the bottom of the 7th. Pitching coach back to the dugout. And a prime opportunity for Garrett Broussard with 2 on and nobody out. No. Time called by the home plate umpire. It's something aggressive to say towards the Florence dugout, and has a hand motion kind of at his neck as to say no. I don't know what he was talking about. Richardson at second, Bobo at first. Still waiting the first pitch here to Broussard. And it's outside. So after 2 straight walks, both of those counts got to 3-0. Magic really starting to lose command of the zone. Those are his 4th and 5th walks of the game already. Just 4 to 3rd through. Fastball down the middle of the plate. Other scores, obviously looking at the 2 teams chasing. Gateway, 10 games back. They're second closest, though. Tied 2-2 with the 3rd with Joliet. Windy City being the other team. This is grounded down the left side, through for a base hit. They're going to wave around Richardson. Picked up and left by Kretzler. Throw home is just late. RBI signal for Garrett Broussard. Breaking out of a slump in a big way. Florence cuts the deficit to 3. Keeps the train moving. Bobo getting to second. Just 1 hit in the last series for Broussard. 0 for 2 start to the day, but a hard hit grounder. Score Florence's 3rd run, his 48th RBI of the season. Still no outs of the inning. And out comes Brockton's manager to make a pitching change. Jared Edmondson walking to the mound, and this is going to be it. Game tying run to the plate. 6-3 Brockton lead. New pitcher coming in for the Rocks. We'll be back on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. Marcus Brodell comes up in a huge spot for Florence as the game-tying run, but first a Hooves Hangout pitching change. Benjamin Smith with a sub-6 ERA. 2.1 is his whip. 26 and 2/3 innings pitched. It's a Brockton bullpen that has struggled. Florence trailing by 3. 6-3. Runners on first and second. Nobody out in the visiting half of the fifth. Lefty on lefty battle to start. First pitch front door slider called a strike to Brodell. It was an RBI single for Broussard that scored Richardson and knocked former Florence Y'all Eli Magic out of the game. This one's cranked out to right. Goodbye into the Brockton night, and Florence has tied it here in the fifth. Down by 4 coming into the inning. An RBI single, and now Marcus Brodell hits one to Jupiter. 6-6. How about these Florence Y'alls just continue to fight? How many games have we seen like this year? Where they'll go down 3, 4, 5 runs, and they don't even waste time to respond. Benjamin Smith's first batter that he faces, and Marcus Brodell puts one. 4:02 on the distance. First pitch called a strike outside corner here to Baker. We said it was going to be hard to hit a home run. Well, there it is, the first of the day. It belongs to Florence. We got another high-scoring one. It'll be a fun one. 6-6 here at the top of the fifth. Check swing for Baker. Did go around, and immediately down to this count. No balls, 2 strikes. Now the numbers for Smith, we talked about the 5.7 ERA. It's only his second home run he's given up this season, but he has more walks than strikeouts. So it's been the command, not the hard contact. Well, how about Florence proving that wrong? Fastball in here to Baker, and he's saying that hit his foot. Miguel Cruz not having it. He says, no, it did not. This one's roped a bit early, foul down the third base line. That is Brodell's 8th home run of the season. I can't get over my excitement. I really can't get over my excitement. And I keep saying it about Brodell, starting to get some more consistent playing time out in the outfield. Another check swing, pitch low, 1-2, did not go. Will Naleski, after Bender ready to throw it down the third base side, he did not. How about that? Florence goes down 6-2, going into the top of the fifth. Still no outs in the inning to respond. Walk, single, 3-run shot. Baker, hot shot into the Brockton dugout. Everyone duck out of the way. Baker 0 for 1, a walk and a fly out to center. He had one that I thought he got all of. It did end up dying. Change up low. The count is now full on Baker. Brodell interrupted us. We're getting to some more scores. Talking about Windy City, I don't see them playing today. They are not on the iScore scoreboard. Michael Sandel, if you missed it, go to Twitter and see the play that he made out in right field, robbing a home run. It made Sports Center top 10. Not just the top 10, it was the #1 play. Payoff pitch, high foul in the third base side. Run for Giordano, doesn't have a chance. So now Baker's starting to put together a pretty nice at bat. Payoff coming. Grounder back to the pitcher, off of the shin of Smith. He sprints to flip to first and does get it in time. First out of the inning, and a pretty nice play by Benjamin Smith. They're going to check and make sure that he's all okay, but I'll guess with that sprint and really fast sprint that he was able to get over to first that, good chance he is okay. He'll just wave the trainers off. One down now in the inning for Harbison. Slider misses low. Working on a 2-for-2 day. Starting to heat back up after a really hot start to his 2026 season. This one's roped out to left center and will get all the way to the track. Harbison racing around first. Finally picked up at center by White. Jog into second. Kyle Harbison, how do you do? 2 singles and a double. And Florence has the go-ahead run now in scoring position. Now it's Milo Rushford with a chance. How about this? Just in the 5th inning, Florence 10 hits now. Rushford and Baker, the only Florence Yalls, the 5th without a base hit. Rushford could change that here. Lefty on lefty battle. Brodell won that lefty on lefty battle last time. Rushford leaves it alone off the plate for a ball. Slider misses in. 0 for 3 strikeout. Grounded into a fielder's choice at a pop up to third. Now Florence is tied. Maybe it helps Isaac Bilburn settle in a little bit, assuming he does go back out there for the bottom of the 5th. 2-0 fastball cut on and missed. 2-1 now the count. This one's popped up. Staying on the infield. Third baseman Giordano over. Foul territory has it. Big flip for Rushford in frustration. Two down in the inning now. And it's Brett Blomquist who already has an RBI double today. This is his 50th RBI of the season, the 3rd Yall to 50 ribbies. Harbison off a second, 2 outs. 4 runs in the inning for Florence to tie this game up at 6. Slider at the knees for a ball. So now that we know Windy City not playing today, Mississippi a 4-2 lead on Schaumburg. That's who Florence will play next weekend. Schaumburg, that is. They're playing in Schaumburg right now, bottom of the 6th. Quebec a 2-0 lead over New Jersey early in that game, just the middle of the 3rd. Evansville, by the way, is now seen a 7-run deficit, 7-0 Washington. Fastball low to Blomquist, 2-0. Trois-Rivières trailing by 4 to Ottawa in Ottawa. Top of the 7th, 6-2 there. Down east, a 7-2 lead over Lake Erie. Boy, they are struggling. That is who Florence will play next after this series. Blomquist a tad early, hits it foul down the third base line. It was a doubleheader between New Jersey and Quebec, an 8-4 win for Quebec in the first one. They just don't lose. And Sussex County is supposed to play a game in New York. They have not started, assuming that is due to some rain. Out of the stretch, 2-1. It's popped foul by Blomquist. Deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Blomquist already on twice today, but he struck out his last time up. This one's hit high into left. Kretzler going back. He's at the wall, and he can't get there. Florence leads. Brett Blomquist bombs away the second homer of the inning for Florence, and they take an 8-6 lead. In the top of the fifth, a 6-run fifth inning. How about it for the Alls? The comeback kids. And Isaac Milburn will be pitching with a lead. Three of the runs in the inning are going to go to Magic. Three of them now will go to Smith. Just recorded 2 outs. It's Hank Zeisler at the plate now with 2 outs. Nobody on after Blomquist wiped the bases clean. 13th homer of the season for Blomquist. He is now second on the team alone. Get some cushion above Bobo. Fastball down the middle of the plate, 1-1. I missed the TrackMan numbers on that one. Probably not as far as Brodell's. Zeisler fouls one back. But a cherry on top to the inning. They can get some insurance with Zeisler's 19th of the year. Already got 82 RBIs on the season. You knew you were going to have opportunities to score against this Brockton pen. Swing and a miss for Zeisler, down on strikes. Finally gets Benjamin Smith out of the inning, but not before Florence. 2 homers, Brodell and Blomquist, 3 and 2 runs respectively, along with an RBI single. Take an 8-6 lead with a 6-run top of the fifth, halfway home. It's Florence on top on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. Isaac Milburn pitching with a lead. What a bottom, or top of the fifth, I should say, for Florence. They score 6, went into the inning, down 6-2. They exit the inning up 8-6. Out hitting Brockton now 11-7. 2 home runs, 1 from Brodell, 1 from Blomquist. Milburn working on what should just be 1 earned run so far. That's what I have in my book. Officially, they have it as all of them earned. Was a 2-out fly ball in the left field that hit off the glove of Milo Rushford, bounced over the fence. And for some reason, they have that as a base hit as for now. We get to the bottom of the fifth. Florence still work to do. Slider inside. That work to do is obviously holding on to this lead. It probably cannot be Milburn to finish this game like he has many this year. Pitch count just a little too high right now. But Slight goes after the second pitch of the AB, pops it into shallow left, and play made for out number 1. Tommy Kretzler comes to the plate. Yeah, Milburn's got 56 pitches in an inning and 2/3 so far. Actually, that'll be two innings officially after that slight one registers. First pitch, though, that'll help. Grounded to Broussard. Picks up at third. It throws to first in time. 2 down very early to start this bottom of the fifth for Milburn. The 5 and 6 hitters for Brockton. Now the 7 hitter will come up, and Jack Thomas Wold. Hasn't done anything today. Fly out and a strikeout. Lefty on lefty battle. Milburn trying to get Florence's first 1-2-3 inning of the game. Swing and a miss on the slider to Wold. So 6 runs come across in that inning for Florence. Just 4 hits, 2 of them being home runs. Obviously didn't leave anybody on base. 3 innings charged to, or 3 runs I should say, charged to Magic, who will exit this game. 4+ innings, 5 earned run baseball on 9 hits. Grounder to second. Blomquist charges. Easy throw to first. 1-2-3 for Milburn. Couldn't ask for a better 5th inning. Top and bottom for Florence. They go to the 6th, leading 8-6 on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. Hooves hangout pitching change for Brockton. Looking for the perfect spot to relax and open your favorite baseball or Pokemon trading cards? Visit former Reds reliever J.J. Hoover today at 502 Washington Street, Suite D in Alexandria. Dylan Ryan, the second out of the bullpen, the first righty out of the pen for Brockton, making already his 26th appearance of the year. He's got a 3-1 win-loss record and an ERA of 6.82. Opponents hitting just .243 against him. Benjamin Smith out of the game after what just will not do good things to his ERA. Is able to complete the full inning, but he gives up 3 runs on 3 hits. He was the one that gave up 2 of the home runs, 1 to Brodell and 1 to Brett Blomquist that gave Florence the lead. Didn't walk a batter, got the strikeout of the captain, Hank Zeisler, at the very end of that 5th inning. But that is all she wrote for the lefty. First righty out of the pen here for Brockton. We'll see what Florence could do. Same exact start in terms of part of the order for Florence here as they had in the 6-run 5th. Top of the 6th, 8-6 Florence, and again the middle thirds. Zade Richardson starting things off against Ryan. Fastball down the middle of the zone for a strike. Richardson got that 5th started with a walk. It was 3-0 counts to both him and Bobo from Magic. That's when you can kind of tell that he was getting tired. Slider off the plate's 1-1. RBI single in the first. He got the scoring started for Florence. Obviously, the offense hasn't looked back since. Change up, popped up high in the air. Shallow left center. Calero going back, and he's going to fall and not make the play. trying to size it up, an awkward turn. He had a weird angle to his body, and he kind of just had his feet stop in front of him as he was trying to find the ball, and he tipped over as he was trying to reach for it. That will allow Richardson to reach. They do give that a base hit and not an error. That's Richardson's second hit of the day. Again, starting an inning with Richardson on base and nobody out. Brendan Bobo coming up. Slider called strike, first pitch here to Bobo. Top of the sixth inning. Florence, 8-6 lead over Brockton. Our offense has scored in 3 of the first 5. 1 of the first, 1 of the second, and 6 in the fifth. This one's roped through the right side of the infield. That's a hit. Richardson will put a stop sign on. The break's over at second. Bobo into first. That's his second hit of the day. Now reached 3 or 4 times. Boy, Bobo starting to figure it out again, and that is absolutely great news for Florence. Stephen Gregg said, so 6 runs, not 4. That's my bad. He was right that Florence would respond. Just not quite in how many 6-run inning. But Stephen Gregg always optimistic. Short conversation here with catcher Bender and his right-hander Ryan. Broussard with runners out first at second. First pitch low and outside. Instead of walks, it's hits to start this sixth. There was 2 walks in the fifth. Garrett Broussard, if it's anything like last, an RBI single to score Richardson. And then Brodell was the one that hit the home run. Broussard's first hit of the day. Only a second hit of the week. Grounds a 1-0, just foul past the third base side. Still a chase for Giordano, but has no chance at it. Average around 290 for Broussard. He was hitting to 300 for the vast portion of the season. But this cold spell last few weeks, ever since the All-Star break, the numbers aren't great. What definitely holds it up is he had an outstanding series in Windy City. A little bit of a homecoming series where he hit 2 home runs in the first game of that series. Florence won game 1, ended up winning the series. That's the 1-1 go outside for a ball. Two one. Ryan trying to work out the jam. Stop Florence from getting some insurance. Looks at second, now comes home. Way up and in on Broussard. Got to dodge out of the way of that. Now he gets up 3-1. Second season at Brockton for Ryan. Was one of their better relievers last year. 4.42 ERA, 6-4 win-loss record. He's playing his final collegiate season at Rutgers, Piscataway, New Jersey. Three-one right down the middle. Broussard left it alone. And a payoff pitch coming up. Righty on righty. Richardson at second. Bobo at first. Step off. Fake a throw over to second. Again, disengagements all count the same whether you throw it or not. That's different than the college rules. Now he comes home with a payoff. It is outside. Ball 4. Bases loaded with nobody out. Florence really trying to pour it on. And who else to come up but Marcus Brodell? Absolute no doubter over the right field fence his last time up. It's a short fence over and right, but didn't matter how tall that fence was. It was getting out anyway. Now mound meeting again for the manager, Jared Edmondson. He has not made the mound meetings. He's made pitching changes, so this might be it for the right-hander, and it is. Well, it looks like it first, and he does get the ball from Dylan Ryan. Bases loaded, nobody out. Florence trying to add on to this 2-run lead. 8-6 of the top of the sixth. Who's hang out pitching change? We'll be back on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. Second Hooves hang out pitching change of the inning for Brockton. They go back to another lefty. Looking for the perfect spot to relax and open your favorite Pokemon or baseball trading cards. Visit former Reds reliever J.J. Hoover at Hooves Hangout today, 405 Washington Street, Suite D in Alexandria. They call on Pierce Williams, another lefty. 16 appearances, an ERA that's pretty high, 8.1 and a 1-4 win-loss record. Opponents hitting .283 against him. They call on the lefty to face the lefty, Marcus Brodell. I don't know if they know that Brodell's first home run, though, of this game was on the lefty Benjamin Smith. That's what tied this game up at 6. It was 6-3 Brockton with runners on first and second. Brodell deposited one over the right field wall. They'll call on a lefty to face him, trying to add on. Ducks on the pond, and nobody out in the visiting half of the sixth. Big homers from Brodell and Blomquist just an inning ago to really give Florence some cushion. A single from Richardson, a single from Bobo, and then a walk to Broussard to load the bases. First pitch for Williams. Slider, low for ball one. Pretty good velocity on that slider. One of the harder throwers in the Brockton bullpen. (1-0), similar spot. This time does catch a piece of the zone for a strike. Again, that homer for Brodell was number 8 on the season. RBIs 33, 34, and 35. Slider, this one cranked to center. White going back, he's at the track, and he's got it in front of the wall. It'll still score a run. Richardson can walk home. Bobo up to third. Brodell hit one of the deepest part of the park and almost had another. Florence now up 3. It's 9-6 Florence. Dylan Baker still just 1 out. And another sacrifice situation as Florence goes up 3. That one hitting Brockton 13-7 here in the 6th. This time it's a lefty on righty matchup. Slider called a strike Here to Baker on the outside corner. Just not a break in this Florence lineup. None. Still looking for Baker and Rushford to be the only two Florence hitters. Still haven't got a base hit. Baker has reached. Fastball off the plate. On a walk back into second, so Rushford now the only Florence starter that hasn't reached today. That one hits him. Runs inside, hits the foot of Baker. Last time he thought a pitch hit him. Miguel Cruz said it didn't. This time, no dispute. Baker on down to first base. Moves Broussard up to second. Bases reloaded for Kyle Harbison. Still just one out in the inning. That run on the sac fly, of course, will be charged to Ryan. Can't record it out. Also responsible for runners at second and third. Corner infielders come in, middle infielders stay back. Change up, called strike. Over at first, Wold is playing in a really weird spot. Not holding the runner on at first at all. Almost on infield grass, but kind of, a third of the way from first to second. A little bit of a shift for the righty Harbison. Fastball just catches a piece, and Harbison's down 0-2. Great day for Harbison so far. 3-hit day, 3 for 3, couple singles and a double. He was the one on base when Blomquist hit a 2-run home run to take the lead. Swing and a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Kyle Harbison dead on 3 pitches and a huge strikeout with runner standing at third and less than 2 outs. Now Milo Rushford.
The left fielder, number 2, Milo Rushford.
Wait, the base is loaded. 0 for 4 day. Couple of pop-ups in the infield. Fielder's choice in the strikeout. Slider in. His 7th home run of the season. The first end of a back-to-back with Dylan Baker in the 4th inning of last night's game against Sussex County. Backdoor slider misses, and 2-0 start here on Rushford. Get you some this date baseball history in the bottom of the 6th. Florence still obviously with a scoring chance here. And you really don't want to get it to Brett Blomquist, who's on deck. Fastball popped up again. Could be the infield going back. The shortstop, Calero's got it to get out of the inning. I leave the bases loaded, but Florence gets another run of its shirt. It's a sac fly from Marcus Brodell. It's 9-6, going to the bottom of the 6th of the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. It's Isaac Milburn again for Florence, heading into his third inning of work. 2 2/3 so far, so it could be his third complete inning. Obviously came back in to relieve Chase Hopewell all the way back in the third inning. But Florence gets a little bit more insurance there on the top of the sixth on a sac fly. They now lead 9-6. Milburn getting the bulk relief appearance. Facing 8-9-1 in the lineup for Brockton and Eddie Javier to start things off. Just 2 plate appearances for Javier so far today. Has yet to put a ball in play. A strikeout and a walk for the former Florence Yawk. Grounder to third. Broussard charges. Nice pick at third. And throw to first in time. Javier retired. Now Milburn starting to find a little bit of a groove. Ever since he made that nice play at the mound on a hard comebacker line drive. Caught it in the air off a bobble. It's started a streak of 5 straight retired. Worked here into the bottom of the 6th. And he gets to deal with a 9-hitter, Keegan Calero. Shortstop who had a little bit of a weird defensive day. He's made a really nice play, but he also dropped that pop-up. That didn't hit his glove, so it went as a hit. Cold strike on the outside corner. Again, runs still earned for Milburn. They should not be. That ball hit Milburn or hit Rushford's glove out in left field. Fastball laced back up the middle. That breaks the 5 straight retired streak on a hard line drive single. And back-to-back base hits here for Calero. First one was a bloop. This one, nothing to do with the bloop. Hard off the bat. Top of the lineup comes up with 1 on, 1 out. How about some this date in baseball history? Florence with this 3-run lead. Always brought to you by Furniture Fair. Style, comfort, value, the Furniture Fair promise. Visit your local showroom or shop online today at FurnitureFair.net. Austin White comes up. We honestly haven't gotten a lot of great ones recently. White shows bunt. He has in all 3 plate appearances today. Now make it 4, and he pulled it back, but it was in there for a strike. First one, 1888, at a stormy meeting in Philadelphia. American Association owners finally vote to allow 25-cent admission cards. They drop the percentage system of paying visitors and replace it, throw over to first, with a $130 per game guarantee. I don't even know what that means. Paying visitors? That's weird. The most recent one's 92. Breaking ball misses out. Giants announced that the team has been sold to Tampa Bay investors for a reported $110 million and will move it to St. Petersburg for the 1993 season. Other owners will block the move in November, but one benefit is that the 1992 season finale becomes the first sellout at Candlestick since the 1989 World Series. I had no idea about that. Finds the bottom of the zone at the knees. Go ahead on the count 1-2 on White. The Giants were going to be sold to Tampa Bay. So then the Rays were, I guess, were just an expansion team after that, after they didn't get the deal through. Time called by White right before Milburn could throw the 1-2. One, two, the dirt. Milburn, the Purdue Boilermaker. What a fun conversation about the opening press conference of the Purdue athletic director. I thought it was a hilarious quote, and Milburn did too as a Purdue Boilermaker. 2-2 front door slider missed. The Purdue athletic director in his opening remarks of his press conference, new AD I should say, said if you're going to be a student athlete, you're going to keep hearing the message, we're here to win championships. If you don't want to win a championship, go to Indiana. I thought there was some irony in there. Obviously being an Indiana grad too, that one was really funny to me. I think Milburn agreed. Payoff pitch, check swing, grounder to the third base side. Broussard throw on, pick it first, and it got away from Zeisler. Zeisler can't complete what would have been an insane play on an awkward swing. Didn't go all the way around, but still just dribbled down the third base line. That'll be a hit and a really unfortunate infield single here for Brockton. 2 on in the inning with just 1 out. Stephen Gregg's right in the comments. We need some insurance runs. Florence leads by 3, bottom of the 6th. The game-tying run comes to the plate at Derek Bender. A dangerous power-hitting catcher who's 2 for 3 with a couple of singles and a ground out to third today. Check swing inside. Well, the reason that was such a tough play a little bit adds on to the fact because it was Austin White who was running, one of the fastest players in the league, and he again is on base for the 3rd time today. It'll be tough to deal with. Already caused a balk. Slider downstairs, 2-0 on Bender. 1907, Walter Johnson pitched his first of 416 victories as he led the Washington Senators over the Cleveland Indians 7-2. White takes off for second. Breaking pitches in there. No throw from Harbison. He's scared of the runner at third. White gets into second. Another stolen base now, his 3rd of the game already. It's 53 on the season now for him. More than Schoenfeld. Schoenfeld's dealt with some injuries. And I think Florence is going to intentionally walk Derek Bender. Up by 3 with just 1 out. Runners on second and third. They do not want to deal with Bender. In what I don't think was an undoable count. And you do it to get to the 3-hole hitting. Scott Seeker, who also has an RBI single today. They have used that intentional walk a lot more recently than they did at the beginning of the season. Bases loaded with just 1 out. I guess it sets up the double play a little bit too, which is probably a big part of it. Slider misses high here to the lefty, designated hitting Seeker. Batting average below 295 going into this game. .10 slider misses low. Maybe Florence realizing that sometimes it works for them when the other team, or first the opposing team, when they intentionally walk a guy like Zeisler, and seeing firsthand that that's something maybe they should do. Toby Hall, another mid-AB mound meeting. This is a 2-0 count on Seeker. As Milburn's up to 76 pitches now in his 3+ innings of work. He's given up 4 runs. I'll die on the hill that only 2 of them should be earned. 6 hits, though, again, because I think one of the hits should be unearned. There should be 5 hits and not 6. He's walked 4 batters. That's been a problem all year. Just hasn't given up as many hits as he has today. 2 strikeouts. Florence still has a 3-run lead, but the game-tying run is on base with 1 out and a 2-0 count on Seeker. Milburn back at the plate, or on the mound, I should say. First pitch out of the mound meeting is popped up, foul behind the home plate third base side. Corner infielders converge. Slider misses out, and now a 3-1 hitters count on Seeker. The NA All-American. Got votes for the NAIA National Player of the Year in his senior season with Georgia Gwinnett, one of the best NAIA programs. Just a pure hitter. Check swing, called strike. Didn't need the appeal because the pitch was in the zone. Good location on TrackMan too. Looks like that tucked in that outside bottom corner. Bases loaded, 3-2 pitch, 1 out in the inning. Slider fouled off. Milburn still looking for that put away that Hopewell struggled with a little bit. Trying another payoff. This one's roped into left field, and that will score at least 2. Into left. Rushford throws back in. Calero and White score, and Brockton's within 1. Bender gets to second, stops there. Seeker into first. Isaac Milburn's day is done. Toby Hall out to make the pitching change. We'll see who comes out next, but this is a high-scoring 9-8 game here in the 6th. Florence clinging to a 1-run lead, a lot of baseball left to be played. That's it for Milburn on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. Lee's famous recipe chicken pitching change, the second of the game for Florence. With a new wing coming into the game, you can pick up the best wings in the tri-state area at Lee's famous recipe chicken. 2 on, 1 out. Jet Lotus inherits 2 runners and a 1-run lead here in the bottom of the 6th. Florence really trying to go for it, going for their 12th win of the season. First batter he faces is the cleanup hitting Evan Giordano. Fastball up, 2 balls, no strikes. Lotus has had struggles with command. At some points this year, he's had some wild pitches. He's had some walks, but overall has been outstanding. 2 1/3 scoreless against Sussex County his last time out. Slider misses low again, and now we have started off Giordano 3-0. Expected a lot of runs. Both of these teams outside of the top 10 in team ERA. Florence 11th in the league. Brockton 18th out of 18. Check swing, called strike. Get me over pitch. Lotus gets. (3-1) for the Oklahoma alum. Swing and a miss. And another slider at 82. But really, in a really good spot. A little bit inside for Giordano to hit. This one's hit to center. Manageable for Brodell, ranging to his right. He's got it. Bender will tag to third. Brodell just throws to the cutoff. Bender into third. Seeker staying at first. So Lotus gets the first out, which is the second of the inning, but his first out of his appearance. Out away from getting out of the inning and stranding a couple. With Evan Slight at the plate, who's got an RBI single already. Bender third, Seeker at first. Bender's the game-tying run here on the bottom of the sixth. 9-8 Florence. Slider hit him. Bases are loaded. Maybe lucky that it hit him and that ball didn't get to the backstop. If that ball would have went behind him, then that ball probably would have gotten away, and Bender would have scored. Instead, the bases are now loaded. What it does do is move the, go-ahead run in scoring position. And that is all going to be up to Tommy Kretzler. Kretzler got the second hit off Hopewell today. A one-out double in the second. And this is another huge spot. Feels like we've had a lot of them. We had 17 total runs, 23 total hits today. There have been runs in every inning for at least one team. First pitch slider from Lotus. This is an interesting move with Lotus, too, because you felt like a TBA day on Sunday, you could be setting up for another Lotus Open. Maybe open for Gerard. But obviously, probably will not open if he stays in this game for very long. Misses way upstairs with the fastball, 2-0. Numbers down considerably from last year to this year for Kretzler. Still hitting 260. Swings and misses, went chasing at a pitch low and outside. On 2-0. So Lotus, the really good pitch. Curveball put in the opposite batter's box. 2-1. Goes back fastball, misses downstairs at a 3-1 count. Obviously nowhere to put Kretzler. And a 5-pitch walk. Jet Lotus has walked the game, tying run home. Slider again missed up and out. And Bender comes home to score. It is 9-9 in the sixth. Another run that'll be tagged to Milburn. Looks like that'll be 4 or 5 runs for Milburn earned. Yeah. 5 runs earned, 2 unearned. Total of 7 for Milburn today. Fastball upstairs now with the bases still loaded. Still 2 outs for Jack Thomas Wold. 0 for 3. One of the very few guys. A couple of balls outside still for Lotus. Another 2-0 count. Wold, one of the very few guys in this game on either side that is looking for his first hit. Slider misses in this time. It's 3-0. Inside again. Brockton takes the lead on a 4-pitch walk. Back-to-back runners walked in by Jet Lotus. 10-9 are Rocks, and Florence again will be chasing. Now 9 outs to work with on the offensive side. Kyle Harbison and Hank Zeisler will both come out to talk with Lotus. The captain, Zeisler, and obviously the catcher, Harbison. Toby Hall staying in the dugout for this one. He rarely stays out of mound meetings. Says if it's going to count for one anyway, he wants to be in there. There are still 2 outs of the inning. It's just one swing that gets Lotus out of it, but he's got to throw a strike. Florence got a 2-0 lead on back-to-back one-run innings to start the game. Brockton roared back with 4 in the third, 2 in the fourth. They took a 6-2 lead. Immediately, Florence responded with 6 of their own. A 2-run shot for Blomquist, a 3-run shot for Brodell, RBI single for Broussard. A run of insurance in the top of the 6th on a sac fly from Brodell. Put him up 9-6, but a 4-run 6th for Brockton. They're back in front 10-9. Slider catches a piece. Lotus finally finds the zone. It's Eddie Javier, the former Y'all at the plate. Again, 2 teammates from last year, Lotus and Javier. Only 20 games played for Javier at Florence. And he hit just .212. But he did have 4 homers and 12 RBIs in those 20 games. 1-1 called strike. Off speed again, this time inside corner. Lotus head of the count 1-2. Set of the belt. Bases still loaded, 2 outs. Hard grounder to Broussard, swallows it up. He'll throw to first. Plenty of time to get out of the inning and leave him loaded. But Brockton again roars back with another 4-run inning, their second of the game. They're up 10-9. Florence will have some work to do again on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. Lawrence is led by as many as 4 in this one. They came back and took a 3-run lead, but just like that, a seesaw. Brockton back out in front, heading into the 7th, a 10-9 Brockton lead. As it's 2-3-4 for Florence. We've seen them go quiet against bullpens. You know, they've got the ability to really just, once, 1 or 2 guys are down, to make it a streak of a bunch of guys not reaching. So they really got to capitalize with 2-3-4. Blomquist, Zeisler, and Richardson coming to the plate in the top of the 7th. The first pitch is a fastball outside. No slider catches a piece. Brockton sticks with Pierce Williams through 12 pitches in the 6th. Swing and a miss, go down 1-2. It's the one that had the sac fly that let the run come home, but it was Dylan Ryan's run, not his. Came in with the bases loaded, and the only batter that scored, or the only runner that scored, was on the sac fly. Strikeout and a pop-up to get out of it. Fastball misses high at a 2-2 count for Blomquist. Fastball coming in at 87. Not the fastest Florence has seen this year. Jaws gets a piece of the 2-2. Blomquist stays alive. Having himself a night. RBI double that gave Florence a 2-0 lead. And the 2-run go-ahead homer back in the 5th to immediately respond after going down 4. Called strike 3. I mean, that is just an unbelievable off-speed pitch. Both horizontal and vertical break, 10 inches on both, plus. Ends in the inside corner. Blomquist is down. That's the second strikeout now for Williams. Captain Hank Zeisler. 1 out, nobody on. Fastball misses out. Zeisler singled in the first. Hasn't done anything since. Strikeout at his most recent appearance. Did walk, so he's 1 for 3. Fastball called strike top of the zone. Ball and a strike here for Williams. Again, this is the worst numbers out of any of the relievers that Brockton has thrown out, an 8.1 ERA. Zeisler goes chasing pitch down low, way in the dirt. He missed and goes down to the count now 1-2. Long hold here for Williams. 1-2 pitch, way upstairs. Even the count up at 2-2. No Rory today. Ben Haller alongside with you, so no rip that pack. Keep saying I was going to come up with something fun to fill that segment. I just haven't yet. Zeisler throws his bat out. It's a high pop-up at a shallow left. A bunch of runners going after it. It's the left fielder, Kretzler, who finally finds it at the last second. Gets it. Lawrence down to the last 7 outs. 2 down in order to start the 7th. It's Zade Richardson coming up. Again, it also being the last time that you could see 2, 3, 4 in the lineup. Really hoped you would have done something, but the offense has scored 9 runs today. Pitching just cannot get it done. It's 10-9. A little bit of, help from that defense to give up those runs on an error from Milo Rushford down left. It was officially ruled as a hit. I think we'll get that changed. Fastball low and inside to Richardson. Couple of base hits and a walk today. He's been on 3 times with an RBI. Fastball misses upstairs again, 2-0. All it takes, again, with this Florence team, hitting is just so contagious. There's 2 guys to get on. Top to bottom, doesn't matter. This one's hit in the air, out to left. Kretzler looking up at the wall. He watches it fly. Florence has tied it again. This time it's Zade Richardson. All tied up at 10. This might be a long one. The lefty, Williams, was off to such a good start here in the 7th. Retired Blomquist and Zeisler and Richardson, who's been telling us he's looking for more power. Get some power there. It's 10-10. Man, 14th hit of the day for Florence. Out comes Jared Edmondson. Likely the day for Williams. Just when you think someone's going cold, someone's getting some momentum. Nah, not in this game. Edmondson still hasn't made the signal out. Just told we weren't going to see a lot of home runs today. We've seen 3 of them now for Florence. They do make the move. New man on the mound, hooves hang on pitching change on the other end of the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. Who's saying out pitching change for Brockton? They call on their all-star lefty, Brendan O'Donnell. With a new, if you're looking to open your favorite Pokemon or baseball trading cards, got to visit former Reds reliever J.J. Hoover at Hooves Hangout today, 502 Washington Street, Suite D in Alexandria. It's a lefty because a couple of lefties are coming up here. Bobo, then the righty Broussard, then another lefty Brodell. Change up in there. And a slider out of the zone, 1-1 here to Brendan Bobo. Another backdoor slider, Bobo out in front. Brendan O'Donnell has been used mostly as the closer this season for Brockton. Kind of shows you that they're really going for this thing. He's got 13 saves on the season, an ERA of 4.5. Head of this count 1-2. Swing and a miss. Couple of fastballs outside corner. Florence ties it here in the top of the 7th. Buckle in, we got a long one. 10-10. Time to stretch, though, on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. Right back here at Campanelli Stadium on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. We appreciate everyone tuning in, as well as our Florence Y'all's Radio Network YouTube audio stream. Brockton goes with a high leverage guy to shut down Florence with 2 outs there in the top of the 7th, but Zade Richardson ties it up with a homer. Florence will go to one of their high leverage guys for Lee's famous recipe chicken pitching change. Will Karsten will replace Jet Lotus. Lotus did not have his best stuff today. He exits just 2/3 of an inning. None of his runs came to score, but he walked 2 runs in. Karsten, first pitch, outside corner, a strike. Facing 9-1-2 of Brockton, but it's Keegan Calero that's already got a couple of base hits today. One bloop one, and then one hard line drive single. Change up way off the plate, a ball and a strike from Karsten. Now Karsten's coming off of one of his most interesting appearances. One where he might have won Florence the game. Bottom of the 9th in a tie game against Sussex County. Foul back here. He loaded the bases. Now 2 of them on bunts. Gave up a leadoff single and then a couple of botched bunts by the Florence defense. Loaded the bases with the game-winning run at third base and nobody out. Fielder's choice play at the plate, a strikeout and a lineout. Got him out of the inning. Gets a strikeout here on a changeup inside. Calero goes after it. 1 down for Karsten. Just the 4th strikeout for Florence pitching today. He had 1 from Hopewell, 2 from Milburn, and then now 1 for Karsten. Top of the lineup that has really caused problems for Florence today. Austin White's been on 3 times. Derek Bender has been on 3 times behind it. 2 walks and an infield single for the all-star speedster White, who bunts one foul. He has shown bunt now in all 5 plate appearances. 10-10 tie. We have been back and forth. Brockton's led by as many as 4. Florence is led by as many as 3. Most recent was a 9-6 lead for Florence before Brockton scored 4 just an inning ago. Florence then tied it up top half of this inning on a Zeta Richardson solo shot here in the bottom of the 7th. Fastball down the middle of the plate, 0-2. Karsten starts White off. This would be win 12 in a row for Florence. 16 games over 500 if they can win. They're most that they would have been over 500, of course. Time called by White. Also, Brockton has been ice cold. Somewhat of a collapse. Some of their staffers called it. In the last 10 games, they are just 2-8. 4-11 in their last 15. This one's punched back by White. Stays alive in the 0-2. One of the games where Florence is really going after it. Using high-end relievers, bulk relief from Milburn. You use Lotus. Now you're using Karsten. Who knows what the rest of the game brings. 0-2 grounder to the right side. It's Brett Blomquist, picks it up, but an awkward turn. Throws to first. Almost brought Zeisser off the bag. It didn't. 4-3 put away. 2 down to start the bottom of the 7th for Karsten. Now Derek Bender. It's been on 3 times. It scored 3 times. Actually, scored 2 of the 3 times. Single to the first is the only one that reached. First pitch outside after a 3-pitch AB. There were 3 strikes, one of them being a grounder to Austin White. Bender was intentionally walked last time. And came around to score. This ground to the left side of the infield. Still in Baker this time, and he's got it. 1-2-3 for Florence. That is their first of the game, actually second of the game. But they keep this game tied, go into the 8th. It's 10-10. Bats back to work on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. All right, we'll see what Florence's bats can do after Zeta Richardson ties things up in the top of the 7th inning. We're here in the 8th of a 10-10 tie. Florence is led by as many as 3 in this game. Brockton by 4. Florence has immediately responded. Both times that Brockton took a lead. Not the next inning, the first time, but it was after they got some insurance and went up 6-2. They got a 6th spot at the top of the 5th, and then they took a 10-9 lead in the bottom of the 6th. And Florence got that homer in the top of the 7th. So here we are after a 1-2-3 bottom of the 7th spun by Will Karsten. Garrett Broussard be the first y'all to hit in the 8th. 6-7-8. Marcus Brodell has had a nice day. He stands on deck. Broussard also an RBI single today. First pitch fastball down the middle of the zone. But they are facing the all-star left-handed relief pitcher, Brendan O'Donnell. He's got a 4.5 ERA, 12 saves on the season, used mostly as their closer. They bring him in early, as they know this is a very winnable game, as Broussard fouls one back. Also one, if you're Brockton, that you feel it can just give you some confidence boost and a little bit of change in momentum. They're on a cold streak. 0-2 hits Broussard. Had him down, no balls at 2 strikes, and threw a fastball inside, and it hit Broussard's chin. Or shin, not chin. That probably would be a little worse. Go-ahead run now on base with nobody out, but the bottom third of the lineup, Marcus Brodell, has had an outstanding day. He'll get the lefty on lefty, but there's 4 RBIs, a 3-run home run, and a sac fly have all been on lefty pitchers. Benjamin Smith the first time, then Pierce Williams for the sac fly. Broussard over at first, 10-10 tie. Nobody gone. Fastball down the middle of the zone. Brodell left it alone for strike 1. Man, that one, a couple inches high on TrackMan. Thrown at 91 from O'Donnell, though. He's blown some saves lately. He's just been used a lot. Change up in the dirt. Ball and a strike. A 3-run home run for Brodell back in the 5th was 4.02 on the distance. Just missed the exit velocity. Now let's check on the TrackMan. Rounds the 1-1 to the right side. At first base, pickup, throw on a second at time. O'Donnell covers, and they got it. A 3-6-1 double play, beautifully done from Wold to Calero. O'Donnell to cover. Broussard off the base paths, 2 down, nobody on for Dylan Baker here in the 8th. Dylan Baker with clean bases. Trying to keep the inning going. Goes after a first pitch fastball, fouls it towards the Brockton dugout. And that fastball bottom of the zone, it was at 91. Pretty good ride on it, I think, which is what makes it harder to see. Baker's got 10 homers on the year now after that one yesterday. 9 of them have come on the road. Wouldn't it be nice to add Campanelli Stadium on that list? Swing and a miss on another fastball. Blowing by him, he's down 0-2.
That's strike 2. We've got the McDonald strikeout batter.
The few fans that are left in attendance are on their feet. Also because they get fries if Baker strikes out here. Gets the sign for the 0-2. O'Donnell spins it. Baker fouls it down the third base line. I would assume Florence stays with Karsten for the bottom of the 8th.
We're not done yet, fans. Keep up that noise.
Already used 2 relievers today in Milburn and Lotus before Karsten. After Jones, Heinz, Lynch all went yesterday. Nate Lawson giving the bullpen some help with 7 scoreless. Complete the sweep. 0-2 fastball's up. Everyone, all 9 positions, were started walking off the field. That pitch was not in the zone on TrackMan. It was upstairs. One and 2 the count now. Slider out. O'Donnell did the same thing. That ball's not even close that time. Fans upset, but Two really good calls from Miguel Cruz behind the plate. And a 2-2 count here on Baker. Swing and a miss. Got him on strikes. Another off-speed down. And a unconventional 1-2-3, top of the 8th. Stay tied at 10-10 going to the bottom half on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. It will be Will Karsten back out to the mound for Florence at the bottom of the 8th. 10-10 tie. We have been back and forth. Both teams have led in this game. We've had a few ties. The most recent run was a solo shot for Zade Richardson to tie things up at the top of the 7th. We're here in the bottom of the 8th after Will Karsten worked a 1-2-3 7th inning against the 9-1 and 2 hitters. Now we'll face the meat of the Brockton lineup with Scott Seeker leading things off. Fastball, top of the zone to him. Actually just upstairs for a ball. Seeker's got 5 RBIs today. One of his best games of the season, and this ball's roped into right field. Bobo charges. He keeps it in front of him and keeps Seeker at first base. 1 on, nobody out for Brockton.
Third baseman, number 12,
Evan Giordano now, the cleanup hitter. Well, Karsten has obviously worked around some damage this week. Leadoff single here. Short lead off first for Seeker. Bunt laid down by Giordano. It was towards the Florence dugout. So the idea here for Brockton is to play some small ball and then keep Brendan O'Donnell, your closer, out there for what would be a 3-inning save. Actually, I think just 2 and third came in for just the last out of the inning in the 7th after the Richardson home run. Still would be a save. Actually, I think he'd get the win. But he is the closer. Bullpen, or punt pulled back. It is a Brockton bullpen that has struggled this year outside of O'Donnell. And that's what this Brockton team has. They're not an incredibly deep team, but they have 3 All-Stars. And all 3 of them have had their fingerprints all over this game so far. 1-1 with nobody out and a runner on first. Pulled back the bunt again. The pitch is outside. Giordano ahead 2-1. How often do you see cleanup hitters bunt? That shows you how bad Brockton really wants this run. Shows it again. Pulls it back. Pitch outside. It's 3-1. Karsten really does not want to walk him here when he's just trying to lay down a bunt. Pitches have been outside, too. 3-1, popped up behind home plate, count full. And that will likely take away the bunt attempt for Giordano. Huge pitch coming up. 3-2 with a runner on first. Nobody out. Tie game of the 8th. It's inside. Ball 4. First at second for Brockton. To start the inning, nobody out. Karsten's going to have to work some magic again. Kyle Harbison goes out to have a short chat with Karsten, maybe just to change some signs. It has been an unbelievable run for Florence, 17-2 since the All-Star break and an 11-game winning streak they're riding coming into today. It's been on, they've been on their heels in it, this winning streak a couple of times. They're on their heels again today. With Evans Slight, runners at first, at second. Zeisler coming up expecting bunt. He shows it. Bunted right back to Harbison. Picks it up, throws to third, got the lead runner. Throw to first is in time! Both coaches for Brockton are furious right now, saying that he called a foul ball, Miguel Cruz. I don't know what they could be saying. Did Harbison pick it up at foul ground? I'd love to see a replay here. But as it stands, it's a 2-5-3 double play on the bunt attempt. We've already had a weird play where Cruz called a foul ball and the third base umpire called a fair ball. And now Cruz will get the umpires to converge. Don't know how you could overturn this. Here, we got the replay. Oh, he's got a replay of the runner. And immediately you see the third base umpire or third base coach throw his hands up. And it looks like this call is going to stand. Huge bunt double play. Kyle Harbison to Garrett Broussard to Hank Zeisler. Slight down and the lead runner Seeker down. Not out of the inning. Giordano does get to second with 2 outs. 10-10 tie here in the bottom of the 8th. At a big spot for Tommy Kretzler. First pitch fastball, killed foul. You saw the Brockton fans and dugout get up out of their seats off the bat. 104 off the bat foul. Kretzler a double today. It's 1 for 3. Change up away outside. Harbison keeps it in front to keep Giordano at second. 1-1. Can Karsten do it again? Work himself out of another jam in a tight, crucial spot, tie game. Large lead at second for Giordano. He comes home. This ball's fouled off over to the right side. And Karsten gets ahead of the count now, 1-2. .45 RBIs on the season for Kretzler. He's hit well in big spots. Karsten still looking at second. Now comes home and hits him. It's not the worst outcome in the world on this at bat for Florence, but Karsten did have himself ahead of the count 1-2. It'll get to John Thomas Wold. 0 for 3 with an RBI walk. Lotus walked him in. First and second now. With 2 outs and a tie game in the bottom of the 8th, the go-ahead run at second base. Thomas Wold looking for his first hit of the day. And it's righty on lefty. Karsten delivers. Wold fouls it down the third base side. Again ahead 0-1. One of the few guys with affiliated experience up to high A with St. Lucie and the New York Mets organization. a first baseman who just made a really nice play in the top half of the inning to turn a double play to help his lefty Brendan O'Donnell out. 0-1 hit back up the middle. Coming up is Brodell. He's got it. And he gets Will Karsten out of the inning. Again, first and second with nobody out. Karsten tiptoes around. We stay tied going into the ninth. Florence never makes it easy. They'll try again with their bats on the Front Two League Network, powered by HTN. Another tie game into the ninth we go here for Florence, looking for their 12th straight. It is 10-10. We've seen nothing but offense, but the Brockton lefty, Brendan O'Donnell, has come in and really cooled these Florence bats off. Inning and a third for him so far, a 1-2-3, top of the eighth. Got the one out on the one batter he faced in the top of the seventh. Now he faces 9-1-2 of Florence and offers a slider outside to Kyle Harbison. He's working on a 3-hit day. Slider catches a piece on the back door. Slider and fastball are the two that O'Donnell uses the most. He's got a 91-mile-an-hour fastball, and he's blown by hitters today. Fastball up and away. Harbison back up in the count now, 1-2. Brockton's bit cold. Large in part to O'Donnell. He's been used so much, and he's struggled as of late. Blown a couple of saves the last week. Fastball Harbison sends to center. Playable out there for White, and he camps under it and makes the play for out number one. It was an unconventional 1-2-3 back in the eighth when Broussard reached on a hit by pitch, and then a 3-6-1 double play that Brodell bounced into to erase him off the paths. Top of the order. First time that O'Donnell's had to face Rushford. Still looking for his first hit of the day. Lefty on lefty. Front door slider in there. 0 for 5 with a strikeout. Every Florence batter's got hit except for Rushford and Baker. Every Florence batter has been on except for Rushford. Fouls a changeup off back, and it's 0-2 again. Florence has gone into their fair share of extra innings games. We have not seen sudden death for the Alls yet this year. Gets the sign and takes a breath for the 0-2. Just missed on the fastball. Two and 4 this season when they're tied after 8 innings. This one's a rope out to center field, but right at White. Back-to-back flyouts to center. One from Harbison, one from Rushford, one hit higher in the air. That one a line drive. And now Brett Blomquist, the last hope for Florence to win it in regulation. We've seen this movie before where one reliever comes in and just quiets the Florence bats after a hot day. Fastball way outside. Wonder if O'Donnell, theoretically, if Florence can't get anything here, Brockton gets nothing in the bottom half, if O'Donnell can go back out for the 10th, because that would be scary for Florence. Slider called a strike. Now you're thinking way ahead, but even if you get to a sudden death, usually the home team would pick defense. But with how both these teams have been slugging today. Big swing and a miss. Blomquist wanted his second home run. He missed it and is down 1-2. O'Donnell has faced 6 and put them all down. Blomquist down 1-2. Fouls it back to stay alive. On the other end, is Karsten even available to go back out there for the 9th for Florence after working himself out of that jam in the 8th? I can't see all the way out in that Florence bullpen. Deep breath for O'Donnell. The 1-2. It's popped in the air right side. Foul ground. Wold, does he have enough room? He does. He settles under it, makes the play. Brockton will try to win it in the 9th and snap Florence's 11-game win streak. Florence will try to send it to extras. It's 10-10 right here on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. Brockton to walk things off here in the bottom of the 9th and snap Florence's 11-game winning streak. Aiden McAvoy, the league leader in saves, in a non-save situation. He's just trying to get this game into the 10th inning. A 10-10 tie with Florence out hitting Brockton 14-11, 8-9-1 for the Rocks. Eddie Javier to start things off, the former Florence Yule. He was swinging for the fences to end that game on the first pitch. McAvoy put it by him. Florence has made 9th innings interesting all year, whether they're winning or whether they're tied like they were on Wednesday before they sent it to extras. Sussex County low to the bases with nobody out. Florence got out of it. Slider low, a ball and a strike. Fans, a few that are left, on the edge of their seats for every single pitch the rest of the way. Thrill a minute, Florence yells is what Stephen Craig said, and he is right. Slider again misses low. Puts Javier up 2-1. Nothing doing for Javier today. 0 for 3. Scored a run after he walked. He has a strikeout. Three and 1. 3 sliders, all low and away. McAvoy really does not want to walk the leadoff batter here in the 9th. This is the 5th pitcher into the game now for Florence is McAvoy. This one's cranked foul. Another one that just made your heart skip a beat for a minute. 104 off the bat. Javier early, long and loud strike. Count is now full. Start the bottom of the 9th. Florence plays him straight up. Payoff pitch, served into center, and Brodell comes up and cannot make a play. It drops in, a leadoff single, the game-winning run on base for Brockton once again. He also had a chance to get a couple of outs against the 8 and 9 hitters before Javier did that. It's the 9-hitter Calero coming up who's been hot today. Runner on first with nobody out. Hayden McAvoy's been in these situations before with the lead. Not a ton of them in a tie game, though. Last one that comes to mind was against Gateway, where he gave up a solo home run to give Gateway what would be the game-winning run. Bunt laid down, fair territory. Harbison's only throws to first. Game-winning run is now into scoring position with 2 chances from the 2 All-Stars in the Brockton lineup, Austin White and Derek Bender. Both of them have had really good days. Both of them have power and contact. Brockton trying to walk it off here in the 9th. The lefty-on-lefty battle. McAvoy kicks and deals. Slider. White went after it and fouled it back. 0-1. Bender, who's on deck, has already been intentionally walked once today. We can discuss that if they get to that batter, depending on what happens here with White. He's done so much damage on the base paths. He's got to reach to be able to do that. 1 for 3 with a couple of walks. Fastball at the knees, cold strike, and White started off 0-2. What does McAvoy do with this 0-2 count? Late time by White. He has done this in pretty much all of his ABs. When he gets to 2 strikes, he'll step into the box. Wait for you to look at him. As soon as you look at him, he'll step out of the box and call time. Just to play with the pitcher's timing a little bit. Eddie Javier off a second. McAvoy kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Fastball outside, 2 down in the inning. It all comes down to Derek Bender. Does Florence throw the 4s up? Bender's probably the best hitter on this Brockton team. But the guy on deck, Scott Seeker, has been scorching hot today. Seeker's 4 for 5 with 5 ribbies. Becker, a respectable 2 for 4. Scored 2 runs. Javier off a second. 2 down in the inning. Bender trying to win it. McAvoy trying to send this game into the 10th. Would be their second extra innings game of the week. McAvoy looks at second, comes home. First pitch just off the plate. Ball 1 on a fastball at 85. Looks like a lefty warming in the bullpen for Brockton. We all know my eyesight's not great. 1-0 swing and a miss. Put a breaking pitch down and got Bender to chase. Ball is strike. Quiet night here in Brockton. This is the loudest that they've been. Crowd, I'm sure, well under 1,000. Campanelli Stadium. It is a lefty warming up. Just got that confirmed. 1-1. Fouled back. Went to the 77-mile-an-hour curveball down. And McAvoy has worked himself ahead of the count now, 1-2. Javier got the inning started with a single. Calero bunted him over. White struck out. 1-2 count here for Bender. McAvoy, long hold, comes home. Cold strike 3 at the knees. Let's go to extras again. McAvoy works around the leadoff single. And again, you're just going to have to hold your breath a little bit more for some more Florence Y'all's baseball going to the 10th. A 10-10 tie right here on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. Second extra innings game of the week for Florence. We got free baseball again. Second extra inning game of the week for Florence. And a Hooves Hangout pitching change. Florence very happy to not see Brendan O'Donnell anymore. They do go to another lefty. If you count the lefty starter, Eli Magic is now the fourth left-hander into the game for Brockton. They call on Joe Kemlich, making his 22nd appearance, 5.19 ERA. When he puts the ball in the zone, he gets hit a lot. A 306 batting average against, but he has the strikeouts to go with it. 10.73 strikeouts per 9, a 1.6 whip. 24 walks to 22, or rather 47 Ks to 13 walks. Read the wrong number. So they bring him in to kind of be that fireman guy. As, of course, you've known this if you've been watching this week. Florence will have a runner at second to start this top of the 10th. Question is, no matter what happens here, is Danny Heinz available for the bottom of the 10th? Florence will get a favorable part of the lineup to start things off, 3, 4, 5, with Zeisler, Richardson, and Bobo. Three of their leaders this year. And Hank Zeisler, who is having an MVP caliber season with 82 RBIs. Zeisler and Bobo both lefties, so they like the lefty-on-lefty matchup. Big reason maybe they went to Kemlich. First pitch of the extras. Fastball, top of the zone for a strike. Brett Blomquist is the automatic runner for Florence. He's someone who can run well, so Florence happy with that. It's going to be Derek Bender for Brockton, the catcher, slower runner. Fastball way outside. So a ball and a strike to start with Hank Zeisler, who's 1 for 4 with a walk and a K. And a hard hit single back in the first. Team leader in pretty much every offensive category. 363 average, 18 homers, 82 RBIs. Fastball again off the plate. Puts Zeisler ahead 2-1. Florence looking for their 12th straight. Be their second of the week that they could win. And extras, Brockton looking to get off of a 2 out of 10 win slide. One, two, big swing. Zeisler just gets a piece and fouls it back. Last top of the 10th. It was a similar spot. It was the leadoff runner, the automatic runner, instead of Blomquist, the 2-hole hitter. Blomquist hit a fly ball to get him over to third. Zeisler was intentionally walked. Richardson lined out, but Bobo came through with the double. Swing and a miss. They got the captain to strike out. 80-mile-an-hour changeup right down the middle of the zone, and Zeisler was just out in front. Cannot move the runner over to third. For the former Y'all, we have seen a lot of them in this game. The starter, Eli Magic. Eddie Javier, who got that single in the bottom of the 9th. Now Kemlich. Kemlich struck out his former teammate, Hank Zeisler. Another one here in Zade Richardson, with Blomquist off of second. First pitch, soft grounder to short. That keeps Blomquist at second, and throw goes to first in time. 6-3 on the putout. Second out of this top of the 10th. It again comes down to Bobo, I should say, with 2 outs in the top of the 10th. Does he have more heroics in him? Just 2 for 4 with a run scored today. Still looking for his first RBI of the day. Another lefty on lefty battle, Kemlich. First pitch slider, low into the dirt. Could get your lefty on righty matched up with Broussard if you wanted it. And be careful around Bobo. Miguel Cruz just accidentally hit Derek Bender, the Brockton catcher, trying to throw a ball into the dugout. Soft enough, I think he's okay. So he goes out just to change some signs. Bobo, 12 homers. Blomquist, who's on second, just passed him for second of the team in homers with 13. Bobo would love to tie him with that category. 1-0 fastball, called strike. It's about as close as it gets. Trackman has it in the zone by about half the baseball. 1-1, 2 outs, runner on second. 10-10 tie in the top of the 10th. Grounder over to first. He rolled over it, but a slip over at first. The flip from Wold is still in time to Kemlich to get out of the inning. Florence, no blood in the top of the 10th. If they want any chance of winning this game, it'll have to come in sudden death. They'll try to get it there. The 10-10 tie, bottom of the 10th opportunity for Brockton again on the Frontier League Network, powered by HTN. What a night we've had at Campanelli Stadium. Florence and Brockton tied at 10 as we go to the bottom of the 10th. They will need some more late game heroics from their pitching staff. That's already given them a ton in this 11-game spectacular winning streak. It will be Aiden McAvoy again back out for the 10th. Came into the 9th, allowed a leadoff single, and a bunt over, got the first out, and then a couple of strikeouts of the two best hitters in this Brockton lineup to get out of the inning and set it to extras. Florence did not come through in the top of the 10th. And despite those two being the best hitters all season long that struck out, Scott Seeker has been the best today. 4 for 5 with 5 RBIs. He could cap off a spectacular day with some sort of winner. McAvoy would love a strikeout. It's a bunt from Seeker, pulls it back, called strike. Zeisler charged from first base. Man, you're really going to bunt with the guy that's 4 for 5 with 5 RBIs? Get the game-tying run over to third base in a sacrifice situation. I get it. Still could see Seeker swing away. Pitch was in there for a strike even though he pulled back. 0-1. Does lay a bunt down the third base side. Broussard picks it up, charges, gets the out over at first. It's close. Really good stretch for Zeisler. Good play from Broussard, boos from the stands, but a successful bunt and a sacrifice will win the game for Brockton and snap an 11-game winning streak. It will be up to the cleanup hitter, Evan Giordano. Derek Bender, the runner, over at third. This is where you could really use a McAvoy strikeout as the infield for Florence comes in. With one out, a runner on third, tie game, bottom of the 10th. First pitch is just off the plate for ball 1. Giordano is just 0 for 2. He's been walked a couple of times, scored on one of those walks. And Florence will throw up the 4, potentially to set up a double play ball. I don't know why they waited for one pitch. Brings up Evan Slight that you also get the lefty-on-lefty battle with here. Slight 1 for 4 with an RBI today. That run over at first does not matter in the form of the cleanup hitter, Evan Giordano. It's on Florence in a similar situation. They stole for second to eliminate the double play. We'll see what Brockton tries to do. First pitch to Slight. He's hit in the air to center and hit well deep. It's caught, but no chance for Brodell to throw it in. And Brockton has walked off Florence and snapped Florence's spectacular 11-game win streak. Unbelievable baseball sits the break for Florence, and it is really tough to win 12 in a row. And they just ran into some really good performances for Brockton and just a tougher day for the Florence pitching staff. Chase Hopewell had a promising 2 innings at his start. Isaac Milburn didn't have his best stuff today. In relief, ended up giving 6 earned runs, 8 total runs on 7 hits, and walked 4 batters. Jet Lotus walked a couple of runs in that gave him the lead. Zade Richardson tied it up. The offense again was there all game for Florence. We said we were going to get some high-scoring games. Florence just not on the right end of this one. Still some spectacular plays. 3-run game-tying homer earlier from Marcus Brodell. A go-ahead 2-run homer from Brett Blomquist. Another game-tying homer there for Zade Richardson that we just mentioned. Some spectacular individual games for Florence today. Zade Richardson goes 3 for 5 with 2 RBIs. Blomquist 2 for 5 with 3 RBIs. Brandon Bobo 2 for 5. Marcus Brodell 2 for 5. He had 4 RBIs. But it's not enough. 3 All-Stars for Brockton really played a part. Brendan O'Donnell, a buzzsaw for Brockton, retired all 7 batters he saw. And then Austin White, Derek Bender, top of the lineup, doing a lot of damage. Walk-off sac fly for the right fielder, Evan Slight. That does it. 11-10, the final in 10 innings. The 11-game winning streak is snapped. It's been fun. A lot more baseball left for a team that is still 17-3 since the All-Star break. But for tonight, they fall to 45-31. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. Be back with you tomorrow night a little earlier. First pitch 6:30. We'll be live on the air at 6:20. Right back on the Frontier League Network powered by HTN and the Florence Y'all's radio stream YouTube audio. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. And y'all have a good night.